I forgot to hit the rockets. I guess. It's been a while since the last, Mario Maker stream. It's not been that long, but, you know, a bit. How y'all doing? A little hot in here, jeez. I guess should have checked the thermostat before starting. Why is it that when I start the stream, it suddenly feels hotter than how it feels like a second before the stream starts? I don't think science has an answer for that. I'll check that in a bit, I guess. How y'all doing? It's Friday. Friday, viewer level o'clock. You know, the time at which we do the viewer levels. I am back from a trip, you know, over last weekend, which also included Monday because in some respects it was a 3-day weekend. But in other respects, you know, considering that it's a holiday for a guy who kind of sucked, it's kind of not, but, you know, whatever. I'll take any excuse that, you know, I had to, justify a nice relaxing holiday wherein I, went to several theme parks and ran around for like, you know, an average of 10 miles a day. Not really that relaxing, more of a frantic thing, I guess I will say. I see Ida is here. I see Bowser. I think I saw someone else earlier, maybe? I don't know. I'm happy to see y'all. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. I'll say, just to start, I'd like to just say before we begin, next week, Spider-Man 2 and Mario Brothers Wonder are coming out. I'm going to try to do both of them in a single stream. You know, my first experience with them, basically. Since they're coming out the same day, it'd be cool to do them back to back, and probably, you know, switch from one to the other once one or the other comes out. Now, I know Mario is going to unlock it at 10 o'clock p.m. No, actually, 11 p.m. Central Time. I don't know when Spider-Man is going to unlock. I've Googled and I've seen some people saying, like, it's going to unlock midnight Australia time for everybody. And I've Googled and I've seen other people go, like, no, it's going to be, like, it's going to be, like, midnight New York time for people in America, regardless of what it is in some other places, you know. And as a result, I just don't know, like, when that is going to happen. You know, I don't know when that's gonna unlock. Maybe my idea of doing, like, Spider-Man for a couple hours until Mario unlocks, and then Mario from then on, maybe that's not gonna work. Maybe instead, we should do Friday, like, afternoon, Mario for a couple hours, Wonder, and then Spider-Man for like an hour or two. Maybe that should be the thing for that stream. If that ends up being the stream, I will say I will move viewer levels to Thursday. We'll do a Thursday night viewer levels instead, and I think that'd be just fine. You know, would make sense getting out of the way of Wonder. I'm sure everyone's going to want to be playing Wonder once Wonder is out. God knows I am. You know, God, that's gonna be good. Wonder, that's so soon Wonder is. Hope y'all are feeling as excited as I am. Anyway, remembered I need to switch because you're supposed to start to scream as Mario.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, indeed. I will say, as far as the level goes, I haven't really had time to make, I haven't found time to make, and I haven't made time to make. So there's been no making in the last couple of days since the last stream, and this level idea is still pretty much the same place it was last week. I'm sure at some point I'll find time to think about it and try to figure out some ideas. I'll just say, like, my current thought is I'd like to have chain chomps be a thing. And also, I'm thinking about big stretches of icicle stuff. Both some sections where you're going over them, and also some sections where you're, like, going, like, under that, or full sections where you're going over, and also under. Also, I set up a thing where a chain chomp gets all weird. This might be too unintuitive, this bit here. I have a feeling that this isn't gonna fly, but, you know, hey. Just because I don't think something's gonna fly, doesn't mean I can't, like, have it for a bit, see if there's anything good there, and, you know, adjust later, as the case may be. You're gonna make your 8-4 tomorrow, Lord Bowser? Well, isn't that nice? I think this is cool. Riding down the things, and then jumping up here. There are some cool ideas here, I think. Running over spikes. Running over icicles is definitely something my Super World needs a little of. And, definitely want to make some gameplay around that. And, you know, we'll see what else fits in as, development continues, as I find time for it. We'll see. Right then. I also didn't grab my water. I'm gonna grab my water. You've been super tired this week? I'll tell you, I've been super tired as well. I've been rather tired as well. I'm gonna check the thermostats and also grab my water, which I forgot to do. Tell you what, I'll throw to a break. For people watching the VOD, this will only last a couple of seconds, but, you know, enjoy the music. I'm not sure if this, like, break music has... This new break music, which I changed for the month of October, has been on stream yet, so enjoy it. Yeah, it's a good tune. I agree. That was a very short break, of course. I was just getting water and checking the thermostat, but I don't know, might as well take the chance to like have that song be on stream for a hot second. Hello, Joe. Hello, Blower. How you doing? I appreciate the levels. Very good. Let's get into this. Let's just get right into this. I'm going to put it to full. Hello, Tablishabu. Tabifabu? Tabiabu? Tabiabu. How you doing? There we go. Thank you for the level. Let's go ahead and get into this. I'm going to hit next, and we'll see our first level, which is by Ida. Ida is in the local arcade scene, hanging out. Ida is here, is good for it. Let's go ahead and get into it. By the way, let me explain how this works for those who don't know, for those who it's their first time. If you are here when your level comes up, I give it the full time of day, which means outside the lightning round, 15 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you are not here, I still play the level, but I do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, or only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That's just my way of compromising between prioritizing the people who are here and playing more levels, which is fun. It's fun to play more levels, you know? Right, we got Ida's here. Did Ida want something in particular? Let's see now. You made a new Super World? Okay, so you want us to do the new Super World then. Gotcha. Let's do it then. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to set a 15-minute timer. By the way, I will say, got cards here as I do. A lot of them concern 2 things. The vacation I just took to Orlando, and also a lot of anime that's come out. Now, I will say, on previous theme park trips, vacations, whatever, I've sometimes, like, started off the stream with a big, long section just talking about it, but frankly, there's too much to talk about. I'm just gonna do it between levels. I'm gonna do it between levels this time. But I will start out by saying... Oh, wait, the first card doesn't concern that. Hey, Microsoft Activision, the purchase is done. Y'all hear about that? I'll talk about the trip in a minute, in a bit. Lord Bowser. It was very nice, very hectic. Like I said, 10 miles a day on average walking. Oh my god, I'm beat the hell. But it was good to go to both the parks that I know I love and parks that I've, you know, never been to before but been very curious for a while.
Oh, no.
Hey, Highway, how you doing?
Oh, no.
Quick question, Cloud Twister level, any other stipulations? It's turning out kind of neat. Just go with whatever feels good, man. Just go with whatever feels good, Highway. Good to see you. How you doing? Let me put up the 15-minute timer. There it is. Very good. Anyway, let's talk about that, This is level 1, right? Yeah, good. Let's talk about that fucking Activision deal. Because it's finally fucking over. I know that, consolidation is a bad thing. And, you know, I shouldn't be happy, but... I don't know. A lot of what I feel is just like... It's just like exhaustion. Happy streaming. See you next week. See you next week, Highway. I feel exhausted by the whole ordeal, and I'm glad that the deal has finally gone through. You know, with the amount of resources Microsoft has, and you know how the lawyers basically won that case like a couple months ago, pretty much. I guess it's just we've just been waiting to see it go through, and you know, sure enough, it did, and fucking there you have it. Microsoft owns Activision now. Expect to see all their shit on Game Pass sometime soon. I've heard they're gonna like trickle it out or something, which I feel like I'd rather it just be all on there all at once, you know, like a huge massive wave. I've never played a lot of Activision games, and I would love to have like a Activision-themed Game Pass stream where I just like tried out Crash Bandicoot, which I've never played. Crash Bandicoot 4, you know, probably in specific. I tried out some of their other games that, you know, famous Call of Duties, whatever the fuck. I'll try those, sure, if it's free and on Game Pass. I say free, on Game Pass, which I have. Thank you for the level. I'm hitting cleared and I'm incomplete. I was just exhausted with it. It's been, you know, an ongoing litigation, an ongoing thing for the last year and a half, and it's finally over, and we get to just relax and sit back and just appreciate that we never have to hear, like, will it happen, will it not happen, again. Until Microsoft goes and tries to buy someone bigger, I guess. I don't even know if they... I don't think there's anyone bigger they can buy that would want to get bought. Bowsney Land. Oh, that's cute. That's funny. Good shit, Lord Bowser. Appropriate. Very appropriate level for, you know, the stuff I've been up to in this last week. These guys are dying awful easy because they happen to be on platforms that are going off into the void, but it's fun. It's cool. A theme park. I feel like theme park theme would be more appropriate for like 3D Land, 3D World. You know, because it has like the carnival theming and like its airship theme. But this is cool. I like the moving platforms. This sort of thing is always fun. You know, just like a bunch of moving platforms moving in sync, jumping from one to the next. It's a good like level mechanic. Ooh, thought it was dead there. Put up a 15-minute timer. Also, I'll just start talking about, hey, went to 7 theme parks over 4 days. Studios, Islands of Adventure, SeaWorld Orlando, Magic Kingdom, Hollywood Studios, Epcot, and Animal Kingdom were the 7 of them. No water parks, no fun spots. And to be clear, like, fun spot seems like it's, you know, it's a low-rent thing that's more for locals? I don't know. Fun for, like, quarter of a day, that sort of thing. Wasn't on my agenda. We didn't have time. I wasn't willing to make like an extra day to do something like that. Broad strokes, I would say the trip was very, very demanding. You know, we got up early every day. We went hard until closing on most parks, and we tried to squeeze all those parks into just 4 days, which was a hell of a thing, let me tell you. But ultimately was able to do so. I rode just about everything I wanted to ride, with some exceptions, you know, due to time. And, you know, while there was, like, some delays and some shutdowns and such, ultimately, I was able to either wait through delays or come back later, and was always able to ultimately ride what I wanted to ride. Good level, Lord Bowser. That's very appropriate. Good shit. Let's go ahead and hit end timer. And complete and next. Next up is Blower Toady T. Let me at Blower real fast. The viewer bot doesn't think you're here, but I believe in you. You are up. Of course, even if you're not here, could play your level in sudden death if you prefer. Yeah, well, if you so please, you know, if that's if you're not here, it's not a preference thing. It's more of a, you know, it's kind of more of a punishment thing, but it's a fun thing for everyone. So, you know, don't feel punished, especially. Just feel like fun. You know, I understand, Lord Bowser. It's a thing. It takes time. Let me do another card and start talking about Universal Studios and Islands of Adventure. This was the first park what we went to. And I'll say I've been to Studios and Adventure and Universal many a time. Done many trips there, multiple days usually on campus. This was the first time that I've been like coming in. So, you know, first time I've seen the parking garage since I was staying with my cousin at her apartment, you know. Which, by the way, if you're wondering if, like, crashing in an apartment is weird, it was very spacious, and also she has hosted my other cousins. And, like, specifically one of my other cousins who has, like, 3 kids, a wife, and also my cousin's sister also crashed at the same time during that theme park week that they did. So, you know, jot all that down. Like, she likes it. She likes conditions to be, like, super cramped and hectic and wild. That's actually a thing she finds fun, which I'm just, like, flabbergasted by myself. Like, holy shit. I feel like I want as few people in a space as possible, but that's just me. Anyway, Universal I've been to many a times. My cousin, despite being local, hasn't been there that often. As a result, she had ridden like a couple of the rides that were relatively recent, like Hagrid's and Velocicoaster, 2 of the best coasters at that damn park. And, you know, it was fun riding all the major rides that I had time to. You know, we had to wait in the lines for each of them, which were long. And it was Saturday, so they were like, you know, kind of extra long. And, you know, seeing all the new stuff. There was also, I will say, a new land in the Minions land. You can see there's one of the shops. A whole area that used to be just one big bland cafe has been rethemed to have a bunch of little shops like this one, Freeze Ray Pops, which I just think is I just thought was really cool. Like, look at that little minion. They are frozen in, you know, transparent ice. Lovely. Rode all the rides, including the Mummy, which I haven't read in a while. Then we went over to Islands and rode all the major rides there, including Velocicoaster, which I love to ride again, and of course, whoopsie daisy, and of course, Hagrid's as well. And my cousin really enjoyed those last 2 rides that she had never ridden before. I will also say I rode the new ride, Illuminations Villains Con, Minions Blast, I will say that ride has some room for improvement. By the way, I don't see the fella, so I'm gonna put him into sudden death. I will say that ride has some room for improvement. It needs some work on the technical side, but I was able to more or less figure out where I was shooting and which cursor was mine, and I could see the projectiles once they came out. So, you know, it's better than a lot of shooter gallery games where it's just like a tiny laser you can't barely see. That said, I do feel like the aim was a fair bit off. You know, it felt like I was pointing in a direction and that wasn't where my cursor was ending up. I sort of had to like, it almost felt like a Wiimote game that wasn't properly calibrated, you know? Where it's like, okay, if I do this, I go left, if I do this, I go right. I understand that, but it's not really where I'm pointing. Not really. It's probably the best shooter game they have so far, but like, tons and tons and tons of room for improvement, and probably not a ride that you ride every time you go to the park. Illuminations Minions Blast. Anyway, really enjoyed going to Universal again. As always, was a good time. I will say, like, it was fun to look at. My cousin was more interested in the on-ride photos than I typically am. Usually I just walk right by them at a theme park, but she was always looking at them, and I noticed a simple pattern. Every time, I was just, like, clearly overjoyed, and every time she was clearly, like, terrified. You know, she was like, and I was like, you know, I was just like, I don't scream on roller coasters. I laugh. I laugh maniacally. I'm just like, constantly going, you know, just that repeatedly as we go through, like, you know, Mosasaurus rolls and, you know, drop tracks and all that business. You scream, I'm just like, I'm just laughing my ass off, having a good time. I love it. I'm not scared at all. I'm just like overjoyed. It is funny to see the contrast every time, me versus her. I'll also say Universal, great screen rides. You know, what did we ride at Universal? We rode a bunch. We rode like Gringotts, Mummy, Rip Ride Rockets, Villains Con. We rode Jimmy Fallon. Then we went over and did Hulk, Spider-Man, Bluto, Jurassic River Adventure, Velocicoaster, and then, you know, the last one was Hagrid's. So, you know, like 10 rides there. Pretty good for a single day, where we had to wait in lines and all. Thank you for the level, Bloody Toad. I hope you enjoyed that. Good level. Liked it. Let me go ahead and hit complete and hit next. Get the next level up. It's by To Be a Boo. To Be a Boo, please confirm. To Be a Boo. To Be a Boo. You are up. Confirm if you're here. If you're not, I'm going to talk about the next park I went to, which was SeaWorld for the first time. Neither me nor my cousin have been to SeaWorld before, but I have been hearing for years that they have a pretty good, like, clutch of really good thrill coasters in a way that, like, Universal, especially, like, in the same park, right? Like, you know, hey, Universal has a great collection of thrill rides, but they're sort of spread between 2 parks. You know, in the same way, Disney has a pretty good collection of rides, but they're spread between, like, 4 parks. Whereas, like, you know, SeaWorld has like 5 coasters, and they're all at one park. Now, I will say, one of the coasters was closed, which unfortunately was the Kraken. We weren't able to ride the Kraken, and also Atlantis, that ride closed down, apparently towards the end of the day, so we were unable to ride that as well. That's like their like water coaster. But rode all 4 other roller coasters and saw some penguins, which, hey, hang on, here's some photos of that. So here's the like lighthouse entry thing. Pretty cool. Surf coaster was the first thing. Oh hey, Blower, I already finished your level. Feel free to submit another. I will say. I liked your level. I'm pretty sure. Feel free to submit another. You're all done. Go ahead and type this one in. Surf Coaster was the first one I rode. Pipeline the Surf Coaster. I will say, this one really impressed the hell out of me. Like, it's basically a standing coaster where you're in these weird restraints that can go up and down a little bit, which I thought was just to, like, adjust for your height. But it turns out, you know on a coaster, you get airtime when you go up a hill, when you go up over a hill, and it sort of feels like you're being lifted up? Well, on Pipeline the Surf Coaster, you are literally like, you go off the ground, your feet leave the surfboard, and it's like, oh my god! It's just like, so weird and like disoriented, like, my feet aren't touching the ground, my feet aren't touching the ground, and then you land, and it's just like, and like every hill gives you that feeling, and it's just amazing. That's Pipeline at SeaWorld. Also rode Icebreaker, and I will say Icebreaker didn't impress me as much. It's alright. First swing coaster I ever rode, but they made me take off my glasses to ride it, which was very annoying. Whatever, I don't think they needed to do that, but they did, and I was kind of annoyed by it. Maybe wasn't able to enjoy it as much as a result. There were these weird trees in the lake. Don't know why. It's not Christmas time yet. Also rated Mako, which was pretty good, and Manta, which I feel like was the highlight of the thing. That was the first flying coaster I've ever ridden. You know, a coaster where you're in like an upright position, where you're in like a Superman position. And it was really cool, really fast. It went through some great inversions. And also this bit towards the end where you just like do a close flyby past a waterfall. And I'll say, like, every time that car went by, the waterfall, like, sprayed everyone in line, which was really funny. This is just for the first part of the queue, though. Most of the queue was, like, inside, and you could see into some aquariums, which was really neat. I wish all the lines had that. Most of the lines at SeaWorld were pretty boring. And, I'll say, like, I don't think they had great ops in general. I will say the best themed area at SeaWorld was their ice area, which was just really beautiful, and also had penguins, which I really thoroughly enjoyed seeing. They were very cute. Just picture me running around a very, very, very cold room, going like, oh my god, penguins, penguins, look at those penguins. Jump into the water, please jump into the water. They didn't jump into the water, unfortunately, while I was watching, but goddamn, it was quite a thing to behold. And then we went home. We went a little earlier on this day than like the other days, because, you know, there wasn't as much to see, and also after I figured we need like a slow day, honestly. Hello, Luce Bits, how you doing? But like, yeah, I'll say SeaWorld was quite fun for like you know, a day or so. I'll say of the theme parks I went to, it's the one where we actually got to spend like a whole day at a single park, but also it's the one where it definitely feels like it's more of a like just regular ass park, you know, comparable with any like Six Flags park. That said, it also has like animals, which are pretty cool, so, you know, I enjoyed seeing the animals. I didn't realize I was upside down. Thank you for the level to be a boo. Please feel free to resubmit. You all know how it is. If you're not here, your level gets sudden death. And, you know, we only get as many tries as we get, which was not that many. That seemed real interesting from what I see. I will say, to be a boo, if you are here, speak up now, and I'll go back to your level and we'll do a full, you know, a full sesh, you know, a full thing for you. But if you're not and you come back later, I will say, feel free to put in your level again. Absolutely willing to give it another crack. I'm gonna pull another card, and I think this one will be the first Disney one, because hey, I went to Magic Kingdom. Let me just let's move on to the next person. Next up is Glenn-tastic. Glenn-tastic. Go ahead. Glenn-tastic confirmed immediately. Perfect. Let me pull up the photos again. Doop-de-doo. Went to Magic Kingdom, you know, which is like the classic original theme park. You know, more kid oriented than I typically like, but it did have a new attraction recently in Tron, which I will say was the second thing I went to. I actually went to the Seven Dwarfs Mine Train first because apparently it has a really long line. And also, we could only get into Tron by making a reservation. I will say, for this first day we had at Disney, me and my cousin, we got like the Genie Plus thing, and basically it was like constantly on our phones trying to like get appointments for different coasters, or different rides, so we didn't have to like wait in line for everything, because if you did it that way, it'd be impossible to see everything. Also, for some reason, apparently, at Disney, you can have people who are not physically at the park participate in, like, making reservations for you. So we had one of our other cousins, you know, a cousin of mine and a cousin of my cousin's, I will say, you know, not my cousin's brother, but a cousin of mine who is a guy who was the one I mentioned earlier who did, like, a 5-day, who has, like, 3 kids and stuff. He's a big Disney nut, and he you know, helped plan our trip a bunch in this day and get us some times and give us advice and help to figure out like what exactly we should hit. And you know, they all said like, yeah, start with this one. It's gonna be the best to knock that out right away. And I thought it was all right. The cars kind of swing a little bit as they move, which is interesting. Not that impactful though. Anyway, I'll say Tron was very cool. Like Hagrid's, it's a ride where you ride in like a motorcycle position, and it also has like a pretty cool launch that like the first part goes through an outdoors area where like it's like the plaza and it's like under this like big funny dome. It's pretty cool, and I'll say like it's the coolest thing at Magic Kingdom right now. Like it was pretty damn good. It goes into like a indoor section, which is just like a pretty good dark ride. A little comparable to the Mummy, but a lot more modern, I would say. Could use a little bit more oomph in that dark ride section, I thought. But it was alright, it was pretty fun, and it's novel to ride a ride where you're in like motorcycle position. Yeah, it's really good. We also went to Space Mountain, which was better than I expected, but still very old and very rough. The theming in Space Mountain was really good, to my surprise. They probably updated it a couple times. Also went to Thunder Mountain. Thunder Mountain was pretty good for its age. Very pretty, that area. And also the Buzz Lightyear ride, which... What did I think of the Buzz Lightyear ride? The Buzz Lightyear ride was not very good. It's just a, you know, a shooter ride that doesn't really work that well. And went to Pirates of the Caribbean, which had some good theming in it, and also was just the Pirates of the Caribbean you know and love. You know, just mannequins, like, animatronics, like, dancing and stuff. Whatever. This boat looked cool, though. I took a picture of this boat and thought it looked quite nice. They probably updated that, haven't they? I bet they updated that since then. Magic Kingdom, I will say, it's of the parks, it's like the most not for me. But, I don't know, I enjoyed my morning there. And Tron certainly makes it worth a visit now, rather than something that you might ignore if you're more thrill-oriented like I am. Looks like a literal movie? It does, yeah. It's really impressive for a 60-year-old ride. Yeah, it had, like, good fog effects and good lighting. I'm pretty sure it was a real boat. It looked like a real boat to me. Yeah. It was very, very impressive, that boat. The rest of it is just regular, you know. It's as you remember from when you were a kid. I don't think they've changed most of the ride, but they upped the theming in a few choice places. Let me set that that timer. Sorry, I'm having to switch pages on my Stream Deck.
No.
It's taking me a minute. Because my like slideshow thing and my regular thing are on different places. Bowser fight. Wait, there's 4 Bowsers? Oh boy. Fuck.
No.
4 Bowsers? You're kidding me. Anyway, I will say the theming of I think the theming in general of Magic Kingdom is maybe its weakest point. I feel like its theming maybe hasn't aged the best. I felt like Main Street doesn't do that much for me. The space area, Tomorrowland, is like just like the most default space area you ever seen. Mostly in part because it was the original space area. I know, but like every ride they've added just seems to be just like wedged in there awkwardly, you know, without much fanfare. Like they got this beautiful new building for Tron, and I don't think you'd know it's Tron unless you saw like a sign that said Tron on it. You know, like it really doesn't give you Tron vibes until you go inside. And of course, there are some areas in that park that are just like, you just look at it and you wonder like, is this cool representation? You know, this feels like it might be appropriation. This feels like it might be not cool with the people who are like from these areas. You know, like stuff that has long since been like determined to be weird. You know, but what are you gonna do? It's an old park. I think they could really do with some new theming and stuff. I feel like the Adventureland is the weirdest area as far as just like, oh, it's just like a bunch of iconography and buildings and stuff without much regard for where it came from, and that feels really weird to me. Like you just wonder like, there's like, have they been canceled yet for this? This is the thought you have as you look around, like, is this okay? I'm not sure if this is okay. Are we out? Have we decided this is cool? I don't know. Tron, that's the highlights of that area. After that, we actually went to, I'll do a card because, hey, we actually ate at one of the Disney's hotels. This is apparently something that people do. I didn't know that you could do this if you weren't staying at one of the hotels. But I guess part of it is that, you know, they're all, like, hooked up to various means of transportation, and people just wander into the hotels and do the stuff. You know, like, my cousin's not big like Universal or SeaWorld people, but they are big Disney people. Both of my cousins have season passes, you know, are pass holders, and apparently what they like to do sometimes is just like eat at the hotels and stuff. And that's what we did for lunch. We ate at like the Contemporary, which was okay. We had a grilled cheese. I had a grilled cheese, which was less grilled cheesy than I would expect from a grilled cheese. Less normal than I would expect a grilled cheese sandwich to be, but it was fine. And then we also met my other cousin, my cousin's sister, who was, apparently she was blocked out for Monday, but she was able to, like, you know, come to the hotel and hang out for a bit while we were in between one park and the next. Which was a bit of fun, seeing her and, you know, eating lunch and talking for a bit. It was alright. And, pretty convenient to just, like, take the monorail from, like, you know, Magic Kingdom to that place and then take the bus to our next destination. I will say, not to spoil, but, my one cousin couldn't make it for Monday, couldn't do Tuesday. But my other cousin, the one that we met at the Contemporary, actually did have Tuesday off and was available to do Tuesday. So the second 2 parks we did at Universal, I did with my other cousin, the cousin I was staying with, his sister. I have a lot of cousins. Sorry if it's confusing. Also, I'm refraining from showing pictures of them on account of, I don't know, it feels weird to show people without, you know, clearing it or whatever, and it's simpler just to talk about the parks than the people, you know? Simpler to do that, I think. And, better as well. Hang on, let me, I'm gonna pause it for a second. Let me show some more pictures and do a thing, because we went to Hollywood Studios next. I'm gonna continue my slideshow here for a second. So yeah, there was the, a thing at the Contemporary. Cool hotel. Was cool to be there. Went to Hollywood Studios. I will say I was most impressed by Toy Story Land, which had like a ton of cool theming. I loved how the fences were like made of Kinects, and it was just like a whole bunch of giant furniture everywhere. Also, what a crowd. Oh my god, so many fucking people there. When I walked out onto this street and just saw like a million billion people, it was like, what the fuck? I was just overwhelmed. But I will say, beautiful land, and the rides there were very good as well. Managed to ride Slinky Dog, which is a really good launch coaster, and the like shooting gallery game that's here. And I will say, the shooting gallery game in this Toy Story area, way better than Villains Con. Like, an order of magnitude better. Like, if Minions Con is like a 3, this is like a 5. So, I guess that's maybe more like 2 orders of magnitude better. You know, it's a much better ride. And I was just blown away by the Toy Story Land. Also saw some, like, army men drummers who were really fucking cool. They were, like, drumming, and they looked the part. They were fully painted and had, like, the feeties. You can see their feeties were army man themed. And that shit was cool as hell. Also went to the Star Wars area in that park, which was cool. Hey, you get to see droids, you get to see some ships. I will say a lot of it is just like, oh, hey, it kind of looks like Tatooine, but it's not Tatooine. It's like our original location, which I really don't see the need of, but it was cool. I'll say I feel like I was more impressed by Toy Story, but it was good to be there as well, and they had like a really nice place to refill my water, which was nice. Look at that. Cool little water fountain thing. There was also the Star Tours area, which I'll say, I think the theming around Star Tours, this is more what I want from Star Wars, right? Big AT-AT. That's cool as hell, even if the ride is like pretty dated. Here's the Slinky Dog, like queue, like amazing queue on the Slinky Dog. Like, it's all a bunch of, like, boxes, like, toy boxes and, like, other such things. And inside the queue, even, there's, like, a toy version of the roller coaster. Like, a box for the toy version of the roller coaster. Which just basically, like, describes the ride and gives you details. And if you look closely at it, you can see. And that's just, like, on the roof. It's pretty damn cool. Pretty damn good to ride, too. I thought it had a lot of elements, despite being, like, kid-friendly and stuff. Real damn good. I was also really impressed by the Mickey Minnie ride, which is like the first trackless ride I was able to ride. Unfortunately, Rise of the Resistance closed due to technical difficulties the day we were there. Stay tuned on that, I will talk about it more, but was able to ride Mickey Minnie, and it was really well done. I was really impressed by how it used like its trackless design. Basically, the cars can move independently on like wheels, you know? And They do a fun little trick at the start there, where everyone just, like, starts up behind a train, you know, like it's a normal roller coaster, like it's a normal ride, and then there's, like, an explosion or something, and all the cars of the train just sort of turn and go in different directions, which is really wacky and fun, and I'll say, like, this is the most This is the most, like, cartoon come to life I've ever seen. Like, this whole ride, like, just looked like a cartoon, despite being in real life, being, like, actual animatronics and being, like, actual physical places that you are, like, carted through. And they do some fun things with the 3D as with, like, the trackless ride thing as well. Like, really goddamn impressed, even though I don't like Mickey or Minnie, like, at all. That ride was really good. Also enjoyed, you know, Tower of Terror, Hollywood Tower. I enjoyed the Rockin' Roller Coaster. That was real good. That was very good. I will say, overall, I think that Hollywood Studios was the park I was most impressed with, and probably my favorite of the Disney parks. Though I'll say, in general, I come out of this trip basically being like, yeah, these Disney parks, they're still not for me. Universal is more my speed. I like the thrill rides, but I definitely had fun going here and seeing all these cool rides that people have told me so much about. Like, it was worth it to come here, not a Disney adult. Not quite, you know. Still. More of a Universal adult, you know. Let me say, hey Ida, how's it going? The Toy Story Land lit up at night and like those like light bulbs, they light up like Christmas lights. It's cool. It's pretty dope. And that ends this part of the slideshow. Let me go back and set a timer. Okay, 10 minutes. Perfect. Okay. Continuing from where we left off. But yeah, that park I thought was really cool. Really enjoyed all the rides there. Am I forgetting any that we rode? I'm thinking about it now. I don't think I am. Rode Star Tours. Millennium Falcon. I could talk about Millennium Falcon. Kind of a weird, like, simulator type ride. You have, like, each of the people in your ride has a role to play. It sort of plays out like a bad video game, which is interesting and, like, more interactive than pretty much any ride you've seen at any park, but not, I didn't think it was that good, to be clear. Just, like, more interactive doesn't mean, like, good interaction, you know? Yeah, that's right, it's 4 Bowsers, it's pretty evil. Any other thoughts about Hollywood Studios? Theming was really nice. I thought it could use, like, another land or two. You know? Like, I thought the Toy Story land was great. The Star Wars area was pretty good. Other than that, it's mostly just, like, Hollywood themed, which is alright, but somewhat unremarkable. Oh, the Toy Story ride was really good. It almost felt like, you know, if other shooting games are just, like, thoughtlessly... In other shooting games, it feels like you're wheeled around and you just, like, thoughtlessly pull the trigger repeatedly until the ride ends. In the Toy Story ride, instead, you're sort of, like, shuffled around to, like, 10 different little mini-games. It almost feels like more like WarioWare than any other, like, shooter attraction. Where it'll be like, okay, in this one you're shooting darts at balloons. Okay, now you're shooting, like, punching bags at, paper plates. Or, like, you know, plates. Break as many plates as possible. And another one might be, like... you know, it's been so long. This one might be, like, balloons that are shaped like bananas or some shit. You know? It's, like, fun and has good variety to it. It's, damn impressive and really does take a big dump on, Villains Con, which opened up, like, I think years after it did. Villains Con could have stood to be more like, that second Toy Story shooter thing. Anything else in Hollywood as far as thoughts go? I had some really good ice cream. I had a really good gelato. Apparently that was by the Muppets area, which we didn't go into. I just thought it was just an area that was on the way to Star Wars, so I just sort of waited outside for my cousin to come back with a drink. You never put on the glasses in those types of rides. I don't trust them not to jump scare me. Wow, really? I put on the glasses. There were no jump scares in the Toy Story ride. I will say there was an issue with the Toy Story ride in that while we were on it, one of the screens didn't work. It was like 2D. It didn't like polarize correctly. I let the attendant know, and you know, apparently they probably fixed it thereafter. Hopefully, you know. I guess, you know, if no one tells them, they don't know. Is probably what happened, right? Like, that probably happens all the time, that something breaks on a ride like that, and no one notices because no one thinks to say to the attendant, like, hey, what's up? Fucked up, isn't it? Ugh.
Oh, no.
Hello, Paul. How you doing? What else was there at Hollywood? I'll say again, Rise of the Resistance. We weren't able to ride it that day, which was a damn shame considering, you know, considering that like I only had 2 days at Disney to ride all the rides. So, you know, once that happened, we knew like, okay, shit. What the fuck? How are we gonna do this? How can we plan around this and actually go get it done? Like, this is all manner of fucked up. And it took us a while to figure out, like, how exactly to do it, but we'll get back to that later. Let me do another card. Went to Epcot. Whole Epcot portion. I'm gonna pull down the timer again real fast, and we'll start it back again with 5 minutes. I just want to show off these pictures, you know? So Epcot, beautiful orb thing in there, I will say. First thing we did is we went to Soarin', which was pretty okay. And then we went to this Moana thing that they opened up recently, where it's basically like a walkthrough thing, where you do like weird things with water, like weird interactive things. Like at this one part, if you stood on a thing and put your hand out, the water would come up to right below your hand. So if you went higher, it would go higher, lower, it'd go lower, which was pretty neat. And, you know, it had a lot of things like that, you know, and also like some Moana theming, that sort of thing. There were these water geysers that were like going off based off whether people did like this, and the more people that did this at a time, the bigger explosion it was. Pretty neat little area. We then went around the loop to Ratatouille, which was a track ride. Was broken at first, so we ended up having to wait like an hour. But fortunately, once we ended up waiting, we just got right on it, like pretty quickly. Pretty much as fast as if we had to wait for like a full line, pretty much. So that ended up being pretty good. I will say I like Ratatouille a lot, the movie. The ride was okay. It has some pretty good like little big world stuff because you're like the size of a rat running around a big giant kitchen, which was pretty cool. But I would say the Toy Story area did the tiny world thing, the tiny big world thing better, in my opinion. And this ride didn't do anything really remarkable with the trackless implementation. Not really. But it was fun. It was pretty good. Worth a ride. We then went around and just like looked at all the lands, all the different themed lands. I liked the Japan land. Very pretty. You know, reminded me of going there. Hey, Luce Bits. I'll see you in an hour. The Germany land had a cool like model train in it with a cool like model of Germany, I guess, or like parts of Germany, small German town. I liked the Nordic area a lot. I think that was like Norway or something. And Mexico had this big Aztec pyramid with inside had like a Day of the Dead themed area that was just really damn cool, and a restaurant that had like a really cool backdrop to it that was fun to look at. I was the most impressed by Mexico. Mexico was just definitely the top land. Then we went to Guardians. Guardians was real damn good. I'm gonna take that down now. Hide photos. Yeah, there we go. Okay, continuing. Timer good? Good, okay. Guardians was really good. I really liked Guardians. That's a roller coaster that spins a little bit, like pre-programmed spins. And it does that to pull off some really clever tricks, and also to, like, highlight the theming, which was really cool, you know? Definitely like, sort of like a 50 years later, better implementation of like a Space Mountain type thing, you know? Where it's like, oh, you're flying around space, there's good-ass music playing, it looks beautiful, there's some really great theming, and again, the cars, they rotate to show you important things and to do, like, fun stuff. I think that Guardians is the best coaster at Disney. I'll say that. I think Guardians of the Galaxy, best coaster at Disney World. It was really fun and well-themed, and the queue was pretty cool as well. Definitely enjoyed that a fair deal. We didn't see Elsa. We didn't do the Elsa ride. We didn't do, And I'll say of Soarin', I guess I didn't talk about Soarin'. Soarin' I found to be very okay. You know, kind of like the predecessor of all screen rides. And they were doing the California version of the ride, apparently, which just seemed like, I don't know, you fly over some scenes and just, like, jump cuts from scene to scene to scene, which just, like, I don't know. In my screen rides, I liked a bit of plot. I like to see a bit of plot and also maybe some levity. I felt like all the screen rides at Disney World were just, like, constant, like, oh, here's a beautiful scene. And it's like, could you also, like, crack a joke or two? You know, like the Universal ones do? Like, I would say, I think Soarin' and pretty much every other screen ride I went to at Disney is not as good as Jimmy Fallon, the ride at Universal Studios. Jimmy Fallon is a better screen ride than Soarin' is a better screen ride than Avatar screen ride is a better screen ride than actually they don't have that many screen rides, I will say, to be fair. It's kind of just those two and Star Tours, which, yeah, Jimmy Fallon is better than Star Tours. That's true. Jimmy Fallon is definitely better than Star Tours. Anyway, so Guardians, fantastic shit. Really enjoyed it. We had to do a reservation for that. I will say we didn't do any Genie Plus for day 2, which was fine. There was less stuff at Epcot and Animal Kingdom anyhow. So we just sort of like went about it and did things as they came, you know? And mostly that's worked out. There was one more ride we did at Epcot before we left and went over to Animal Kingdom, which was Test Track. I say I did that ride. Actually, I did single rider, and my cousin was just like, which, by the way, different cousin from the one I stayed at, her sister. She was just like, peace, I'm gonna go hang out for a while. I'm not gonna do Test Track. That's, you know, and, you know, I went on it, and sure enough, kind of obvious why she didn't want to do it. Kind of sucks. They're redoing it, apparently, is what she said. Test Track is kind of like being driven around by a maniac. It's kind of like, you know, it's just like you get in a car and it like swerves left and right and goes real fast and then swerves all weird, and it's like, why would you build a ride like this? I don't get it. Like, it's not fun to be in a car driven by a maniac or like an out-of-control car. And also with like the restraints, they're just like regular seatbelts, except every time the car like slows down or like changes turns or all, you're just like jerked forward and the seatbelt really jerks you back real harsh. You know, it just sucks, man. It's like the worst restraints I've ever felt on a theme park ride ever. And I know it's just a regular seatbelt, maybe a little bit cheaper than a regular. I don't know how they fucked it up this bad, but really didn't like Test Track. I'll say, like, yeah, they should tear it down, and honestly, they should replace it with something else entirely. I will say, Epcot is a little empty. Could use a little more, like, 3 more rides. I think some of its themed lands could use more rides, and those that don't have rides, especially those who don't have rides, and also could just use a few more in general. 5 lives left, let's go. But whatever, it's cool, and it serves a different purpose than, like, the other theme parks at the land. It's very much the dinner place that you go for dinner, basically. And indeed, we did have dinner reservations for Tuesday, so we did go to dinner at Epcot, which was, we'll talk about later. And, you know, maybe that'll bring the like...
Oh, no.
Dinner was definitely the best part of Epcot, I'll say. Well, Guardians of the Galaxy, but otherwise, it's not like the best park in the world, and, you know, maybe could use, like, a second theme in the main non-worlds, country area, you know. If I don't know what they could do. Kinda just feels like a grab bag in a way that's awkward. 2 tries left, let's do it. And we'll talk about, last of the whatchamacallits, the Disney parks. It was the last one that we went to. And, you know, ironically, well, not ironically, but kind of has the least of them. And I know I said that after saying Epcot kind of has, like, it's kind of empty, but, like, Animal Kingdom is, like, doubly so, is, like, doubly empty. You know, with having 4 parks, Disney does, I feel like they've had trouble, like, fleshing them out. Now, I guess, you know, they have expanded each park, like, multiple times, and they do have, like, all the land in the world. So, they want to, like, add a new land, they can always just expand. They don't have the universal problem of having to, like, tear things down, but it's a problem for it. Yep, no problem, Ida. Thank you for level, Glentastic. We got to the second of 4 Bowser fights? Jesus Christ. That's hard. I hope, like, the later ones are, like, easier or something. That would be nice. Good tries. Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna hit, next. Next up is, Blower Toad. I'm gonna at Blower Toad. Blower Toad returned earlier. You are up. Blower Toad, if you confirm, you get a full time. If you don't, you only get, like, partial time. Let's take this opportunity to talk about Animal Kingdom, which was the next thing we went to, next place we went to. Animal Kingdom was really nice. There were, like, animals there, which was pretty fucking cool. Also a lot of trees and shit. Definitely the most naturalistic of all the parks, I will say. And we saw some cool animals. Like, look, I got a shot of this squirrel looking at this fucking like parrot. Animal Kingdom is pretty cool insofar as having animals. Thank you for the follow, Zyrex74. I'm just talking about the vacation the trip I just took over last weekend and change. Went on Everest, was pretty good. This was the only ride of the whole trip that we were able to go on twice due to time restraints and having, you know, doing 7 parks in 4 days. But because it was single rider and we were able to, like, get through that single rider line really quickly, was able to just do it twice really quickly, which was fun. It's a pretty good ride, I will say. Immaculately themed, and, you know, it goes backwards, which is cool, and has some good forces and some good, like, picks up some good speed. I'll say it's a very, very, very good coaster. Definitely in, like, the higher tiers of Disney coasters. But it's also kind of the only thing it has other than, like, a raft ride and animal stuff Animal Kingdom does. I will say I rode the raft ride. It was pretty okay. I will say I rode the raft rides at all the parks that they had them. So I rode, like, 3 of them over the weekend. I will say I still think Bluto's is the best in the business. The SeaWorld one was pretty good, and the Disney one was well-themed, if, like, the most tame of all of them when it came to getting wet. Like, I barely got wet on the Disney one. My shoes didn't even get wet at all. They were bone dry. Anyway, at Animal Kingdom, they also had the Pandora area, which was pretty cool. It's kind of just more trees, mostly, but there are some flying, floating rocks and stuff, which looked pretty damn cool. We also went into the ride, which was pretty well themed. The queue was, but also it was like the longest queue we waited in. It was like an hour and a half or nearly 2 hours that we had to wait to go through it. It was so long, it has a fucking bathroom in the middle of the ride. Really wild. That's it for that segment. Flower Toad, I don't see you, so I'm just going to go ahead and put you into sudden death. That's how we do things on this channel, by the way, if you don't know. If you're not here, we do sudden death, wherein you only get 2 tries to beat the level. Otherwise, you get 15 minutes. Good compromise between prioritizing people who are present and ready to go, and those who are here. And I try to give people a little bit of time to chip up and like, say something, you know? And at them as well. But, you know, what are you gonna do? We can't wait forever. Though I am, you know, pretty good at stalling, so I will stall for you for like a second. Oh, this is very doable. We got this. Oh, hey. We got this. We got this, y'all. If we had...
Oh, no!
If we had lost lives, though, they would have refreshed at either of those checkpoints, but since we were good to go, that didn't happen, if you're wondering. Anyway, Animal Kingdom was fun, very beautiful. I liked seeing what animals I did. Almost wish I had more time because we just didn't have time for the safari. Didn't have time to do, like, the walking and seeing gorillas thing, you know? And also, honestly, if I had to walk to see gorillas, I don't think my feet could have taken it, you know? By that time, like 4 days in, 30 miles in roughly, I was at the end of my rope. I could not walk to see gorillas. I would have to be carted, driven to see gorillas, and again, we didn't have time. We had to boogie. We had to get to our reservation at Epcot's. You uploaded airship platforming level as well. Can you play your level? Your new one? Yeah, I can play whatever you got. Add it to the queue, and I will, play it when it comes up. That's how we do things on the stream. Thank you for the level, Blower Toad. I was so close. We absolutely could have finished it. We didn't. Ah, well. Such is, sudden death. Luce Bits. You were here just a second ago. I recall you, dropping in. Let's see, you are up. The viewer level bot thinks you're not here, but I don't know if I believe that. Go ahead and confirm. Meanwhile, I'm going to talk about the last thing we did at Disney World, which is we had dinner at Epcot's, and we did one final ride. Pull up the, that. Here we go. Pull this up again. 7 of your levels are like most popular. You want to be 8 levels in the top 20? Sent the new one? Okay, I'll give it a go. I'll see if I can help. No problem. By the way, again, Luce Bits, go ahead and confirm. I'm gonna show these photos so you have plenty of time to do so. So we went over to Epcot for dinner. Was a little tight. Got there a little bit late. It turned out. And at this point, it was me and both of my cousins. You know, my cousin that I was staying with and her sister, who I did like you know, the last day with. Basically, I was staying with one cousin, and we did the first 3 days with her. But then she had to work on day 4 on Tuesday. But my other cousin, her sister, was actually only available on Tuesdays, so she did Disney with me on Tuesday, and we all met for dinner. My one cousin who had work picked us up at picked us up at Animal Kingdom and drove us over to Epcot, and then we went in and went all the way to the Italian area to have some dinner. I had some gnocchi, which were pretty tasty, pretty good. There was also like funny breadsticks, which was pretty weird, pretty bizarre, but interesting. And also you got bread that you dipped in olive oil, which I guess is a thing they do in Italy. Go figure. That's interesting. Didn't taste like much to me, but I don't know. It's fun to dip bread in olive oil and eat it. I had fun doing it. If not, even if I didn't like taste the difference, you know. After that, I said like, okay, I really want to go back to Hollywood Studios and ride Rise of the Resistance, but it was like 8:15, 8:13, and my other cousin was like, my cousin that I was not staying with, older cousin, was like, I don't think you're gonna make it. It's like a 15-minute walk to get back to the car. It's like a 15-minute drive to Hollywood, and you know, this is only if you're like hustling, if you're walking as fast as I did on the way here. You two were really slow getting here to the restaurant, which was true. We did go a little slow, but we said, okay, you know, you pay for the check. We're gonna go hustle over and ride the thing. And you know, we went at like a full fast walk. We did not run. I don't think anything we did constituted running. It was a fast jog. And, you know, we didn't take pictures except for this one. I saw the orb was doing a cool thing, so I said, oh my god, I have to take a picture of that. And I pulled out my phone and did it. It didn't turn out very well, and my cousin yelled, no pictures! And I put it away, and we continued jogging to the car. We got in the car, we drove a place. We got there just in time to get online for Rise of the Resistance, which I'll say was pretty damn cool. The queue especially, like there's a part where you go into a spaceship, right? I'll say, first off, the queue was very nice in that it had, like, the first part, which was just, like, basic caves and type things. It had, like, bench-type areas built into the walls, so you could just fucking sit down, which is a fucking luxury. I love that in a theme park line. The ability to just fucking sit down. But then later on, there's, like, some plot that happens, and you get into, like, a shuttle, and that shuttle is, like, pulled into a Star Destroyer, and then you come into this fucking hangar, and it's this massive fucking hangar with like 1 million fucking stormtroopers in it, which just impressed the hell out of me, and just like, holy shit, this is cool. This is what I was looking for the Star Wars area, actually. Like, goddamn, this is actually like impressive and shit, rather than the last couple areas, which have just been like, you know, outside of that, it's just like, yeah, it's like a cantina. It's like a basic Star Wars looking area. Whatever. You know, not really all that remarkable on the whole. Anyway, I believe that is the last slide. Yes. I'm going to jump into the level now. I don't see Luce, so I'm going to put you into sudden death. You could confirm if you like. Anyway, rode Rise of the Resistance. That was the last ride we were able to do of the parks, and I was really happy to. I had been hearing things about Rise of the Resistance for like years, and I was just so glad I was able to finally ride it. You know, it's a really good trackless ride. It has like, it's full of like really cool special effects. They're like impressive and like physical in a way that is pretty goddamn rad. And also there's a part where, spoilers for Rise of the Resistance, I guess, but there's a part where it's sort of like you get into an elevator and your car sort of like goes upwards in an elevator, right? And they do that so that they can like drop you down later, so that there can be a little drop later in the level. In the ride, which is just really damn cool. You know, basically, there's an escape sequence where suddenly you're like, suddenly the car you're in literally falls as if via a drop track, and then starts like floating low gravity style, and then it does some like hyperspace stuff, and it just feels really good and cool to ride on. I was really impressed by Rise of the Resistance. I'll say, like, it's not my favorites of Disney's attractions. If I had to say, well, for one, I hew more towards the coasters than, like, the other experiences. So, Guardians, and then maybe Tron seconds? Maybe Tron seconds? Am I forgetting a roller coaster? Slinky Dog was really good, too. Slinky Dog also up there. But, like, Rise of the Resistance was just very, very, very cool, very impressive, and I would say it's by far the most impressive queue I've ever been on. Like, the trick of getting on into a shuttle and appearing in another area, that's very similar to, like, what Gringotts does at Universal. But in Gringotts, you get in another elevator and you come out in, like, a cave. You know, it's just like a basic cave, you know. In this, you get into a shuttle and you come out in an actual, literal, physical, massive shuttle bay, which is just takes the breath away. It's amazing. I'll say one thing for Disney, you know, they really knock things out of the park when it comes to making really good queues. I will say it was a little bit stressful and frustrating, you know, in the parks that had, like, a bunch of stuff to do. To do it all in one day, you really have to, like, plan things out and use Disney Plus to the fullest to get, like, everything micromanaged. And, like, literally we had a co-pilot out of state, you know, in our party, like, helping line things up for us, and still we only barely got everything in on time. And, you know, it still required us to be, like, staring at our phones for half the time while we were waiting in lines, like, just, like, looking for appointments to ride, like, Tower of Terror in, like, good order. You know, there was a point at which we were waiting for Mini Mickey, and my cousin was like, I got Tower of Terror! I got Tower of Terror fast lane! Let's go! You know, for like 20 minutes from now. We got it! Good, okay. We're not waiting in line for that one. Which was good to have, but definitely, added a lot of overhead to the experience. I think I prefer the simple pleasure of being at Universal and just, you know, doing things in the order that it presents itself, right? Like, because we were doing the Fast Pass, we really had to just, like, be bouncing around from this side of the park to that side of the park. Oh, we got an appointment over here. We got an appointment over there. We got to ride this over here. Millennium Falcon next. Okay, after that, we're going over to Toy Story Land. And from there, we're going over to the Tower of Terror. Wait, no, Mickey Minnie. You know, it was very, like, frantic. And also meant that we couldn't just do the things that were close to each other in a row. Kind of ridiculous, but I'm glad to have gotten all that done. It was a hell of a trip, and, God, I was pretty exhausted, and I'll say, like, after every day, it was pretty much like go back to the apartment, shower, try to watch, like, 1 or 2 animes to unwind, and, you know, not much time for other things during that whole, like, span. Like, probably the busiest, most packed vacation trip I've ever had, and, Jesus. Pulled it off, though. It's hard to do all those parks in one trip. But also, I don't know how else I would do SeaWorld other than, like, as part of a bigger trip, you know? And I probably wouldn't do a Disney-only trip ever. I would always do it as, like, a side part of a Universal trip. I don't know. As I said, still not a Disney person. Still not a Disney adult. But it was very fun to ride all those rides that were new. It's very fun to ride all the old rides, which I vaguely remembered and I'm now like fully refreshed on. And it was fun to get like photos of that, which I've never, which, you know, the last time I went, it was before phones were a thing. So, you know, I didn't have a phone, I didn't have a camera. There was no such thing as taking pictures of stuff, you know, in the mid-aughts, the last time I went to Disney World. So, yeah. Really enjoyed the trip. I'm not like a Disney adult. It is still, now, not a Disney adult. more of a universal adult, but quite enjoyed my time there. I'll say my cousins, like all three of them that helped, you know, the two sisters who, you know, live in Florida, and, you know, one of which I crashed with and the other which dropped by for day 4, you know, they are Disney adults. My other cousin, you know, obviously he's a family man, but also he is... Can family men be Disney adults? Does it count if you're a family man and you're a Disney adult? Does a Disney adult have to be childless? I would call him a Disney adult, considering, like, he's such an expert, and also he, like, spent time on Monday, like, guiding us through Disney and, like, reserving things for us from afar. That was really nice of him, and, you know, with his help, we were able to do everything that I wanted to do, which otherwise seems like it would have been impossible. Seems like it would have been an impossible task to do it, if not for the constant micromanaging of everyone involved. Universal was a lot less work as well than Disney. Again, that's definitely a thing. Difference, you know? What are we doing? I got a Shelmet. There's like a reset pipe. Are we trying to, throw the shell at the different on-offs here? I think that about sums it up. And we got reset doors just in case. Oh, let me set that 15-minute timer. Well, didn't need to do that exactly. In retrospect. Thank you for the level. I quite enjoyed it. Next up is Glentastic, who just did some emotes. I got a few more cards here that are like vaguely related to theme park stuff, but pretty soon he'll get into some game talk, and also I have watched a lot of anime. I tried to catch up on all the new anime that I got really behind on this last week while I had like no time for it today, and I'll talk about all that stuff in a bit. But first, let me shout out to the small bag I used for theme parks for years and years. For ages and ages, I used this here bag, which I have on this button. This here bag. Unfortunately, the zipper broke while I was in Universal, so on the outside, so I had to like spend the whole trip not using the outside pocket, which is kind of a shame. Had this bag for years and years, and I guess it's just found its time. Really handy for theme parks to have a small bag, because you never know when it's gonna have to go into a locker. Hello, Turkatron. And, you know, it has to fit in the locker, contain, like, your water or two, maybe sunblock, and, yeah. I'll miss it. I'll probably buy a similar one pretty soon, you know, before the next major trip I do. But for the time being, suffice it to say, like, yeah, goddamn, I'll miss that bag. I guess I'll get a new one sometime. Let's go, let's do it. Wait, this isn't Glentastic's level, is it? I forgot to type in the level. 1 second, I'll do that. Don't worry, Glentastic. I realized my mistake immediately. Get the fuck out of here. I'll do another card. You know what? Follow up on other trips I might take. I will say right now I am beat to hell. And though part of me did say, like, before this trip that I would love to do, like, a Japan trip. If, say, you know, I'm currently between jobs. So I figured that's part of why I decided I could just go ahead and take this this like weekend trip, you know, like I don't have to like you know, discuss it with anyone. I can just go do it, and thought it'd be fun to take advantage of that freedom and also see my relatives for the first time in a bit. You know, some of my relatives. But I have given thought to like whenever I do find something to like, you know, say something to the extent of like, okay, give me like a few months, right? Or not a few months. Give me like 2-3 weeks. And then like spend 2-3 weeks in Japan. Probably more like 2 weeks, honestly. And doing like a whole bunch of Japan trip stuff, which would be nice, you know? Otherwise, I'll have to like find PTO for it and figure out how that'll work, you know, whenever I want to do it next, which I do think I want to go to Japan sometime in the near future, so, you know, sooner would be better. That said, right just now, I am beat. I just want to sit at home, you know, and do stuff, you know, locally for a while and not do any big trips for, God, I don't know, a while. So if something were to come together really quick, like, I probably wouldn't do, like, a Japan trip immediately. That said, that's not really how jobs work, you know? Most interview processes are pretty long. I guess it's possible by the time I would get through any interview process, I'd be ready for a big trip again. But that's, like, my thought right now. I would love to figure out, like, you know... I would love to figure out, like, all what is, possible, right? I would love to put together, like, you know... Once I get something, I will just feel secure in, like, spending however much it takes to go to Japan for a while, and knowing that, like, oh, you know, I'll have something when I get back, right? Whereas, you know, right now, I definitely have to think about that stuff twice. You know, but once I know, and I know, like, okay, I have plenty, you know, until job starts up. Then I can make that trip, and I can make that thing, and hopefully I'll be, like, refreshed and rejuvenated before that opportunity even comes up. I mean, I'll say, it'd be great if I just got something, like, right away. And if that were to happen, I guess I would forego a Japan trip. Because I am in no state to travel right now. I am in no condition. But I'm sure I'll recover before too long. I will say I probably would not travel or do anything serious until such time as the anniversary stream hits. The streamiversary stream hits November 3rd, which will be a whole anniversary thing. Definitely need to be in town for that. And also, I probably will want to do Extra Life at some point in November. I've given thought to doing it earlier, but I don't know. I feel like I also want to take it easy from, like, any marathon streams for the time being. But it will be soon. Extra Life, that is coming up on us. Like, within the next month or two, expect a couple of Extra Life streams, which will be cool. Hello, Infinity Miner. How you doing? Let me hit complete here. And do the next level. It's Zyrek. Zyrek, go ahead and confirm. Zyrek says nice. Perfect, you're on the ball. Fantastic. Let me do another card. Another card. Are Apple Watches, like, popular now? I saw a lot of them in Orlando. I noticed this for the first time in Universal while we were on Bluto. My cousin has an Apple Watch, it turns out, and I was looking at it going like, can it, like, get wet? And she said, yeah. And then, you know, after I asked that, I was looking around and realized, like, wait a minute. There's, like, 2 other Apple Watches on this goddamn raft. Like, multiple other people on this raft carry Apple Watches. Bizarre. I say carry. Where? I didn't know that was, like, that it seems like it's actually, like, taken off to the extent of, like, geez, they're kind of everywhere. I didn't see any, like, Android equivalent, by the way, if you're wondering. But, bizarre. Your other platformers are more popular, but you hope you will have fun? I think I will. I reckon I will. Seems pretty good so far. Very well put together. Nice little challenge. Blue plat stuff, and a good variety of other type elements. Jumping off various enemies. Very good. I'm gonna set a 15-minute timer. seeing it, I kind of did get a little bit of, like, tech envy, I guess, and realizing, like, oh shit, everyone's doing it. You know, a little bit of, like, I wouldn't mind that. That would be interesting to have something on my wrist. And then, like, yeah, I could look at stuff while I'm online for, like, you know, rides that otherwise don't let on phones. You know? They would probably let on an Apple Watch because they're, like, secure to your wrist. You know? And also, because you don't take them off, it'll, like, get an accurate count of your, like, steps and miles and stuff. Whereas, like, always at theme parks, since you're putting away your phone sometimes, you know, on rides that don't allow it. I will say, a weird thing about Disney is they allow your phone on, like, everything. Even the rocking roller coaster, which does go upside down, you're allowed to have all your shit on it. No lockers or anything. The only exception was Tron, which used lockers because it doesn't have storage space on the ride, but I found that weird. I guess Universal and other parks are only doing it for, like, liability reasons. And also Disney tends to be less intense, but still, I don't know. I prefer to have a box or, like, a locker to put things in, generally. Just funny to not. I will say sometimes on those Disney things, I was tempted and indeed did just, like, take out the phone and snap a few pictures, like on like a chain lift or something. But probably should get out of the habit of doing that and things like that. You know, that is, like, the worst time to possibly drop a phone would be in the middle of a roller coaster. You know, you gotta have a fucking iron grip when you're using it. And I'll say I don't use a case. You know, I don't use a case, so it's just like, it'd be bad if I dropped it from a normal height. From a roller coaster, forget it. You know? Keep that shit in there. I need to stop doing that. Like, really badly. I just need to tell myself it's not worth it. Don't even think about it. Just put it away. Just put it away. And keep it away. Bad habits, I know. Thank you for the level. That was very nice. I did enjoy it, yes. Next up is Ida. Ida. Go ahead and confirm. Ida Garisu, you know. I appreciate the good luck, Turkatron. Hopefully we won't need it. Well, who knows, right? Well, actually, I think I played, like, the last couple levels of the Super World of Ida's, and they haven't been, like, hard levels, so, you know. Ida, you're up. Are you there? Let me at Ida real fast. Ah, Ida says Super World. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Card time. Time to do another card. A lot of games are coming out in the near future. Mentioned before, but Wonder and Spider-Man 2 are next week. Really, really fucking excited for those. Hello, Antho. That's gonna be fucking great. I'm gonna do the first time I play those games on stream. At least Wonder for sure. I'm thinking Spider-Man as well, but we'll see how that ends up, like, scheduling out. That'll be lovely. Alan Wake is coming out, like, shortly after. We'll see when I get that. I don't know. I know that there's that new Persona 5 Tactica game. That's coming out. WarioWare is coming out. There's a lot of goddamn games coming out. And I was looking at a schedule yesterday, and I saw, like, even more games that, you know, were at, like, directs and shit, and I had forgotten about, and apparently are out. Like, Wargroove 2 is out. I'm probably gonna skip that. I will say, I'm gonna skip Wargroove 2. I haven't heard anyone saying anything about Wargroove 2, so I assume it's, like, fine. Local Life, thank you for the level. This one's kind of difficult, but nothing crazy. Cool. Yeah, this is kind of difficult. But also nothing unmanageable. Are there any other games coming out right now that y'all have your eye on that are, like, exciting? I'll say now that I'm done with the trip, like, you know, everything else.
Oh no!
Now that I'm done with the trip and I'm home to stay, It's like, you know, there are games coming out in the next few weeks, and I just have to relax and do job hunt stuff until they come out, you know? Nothing really stressful until they hit, and that's just really nice to think about, you know? MK1? I finished MK1. It's pretty good. Story is nice. It's good. They did a good job on it. I'm not really a big, like, competitive fighting game person, so I didn't play much past the story, but, you know, it's good. Ah! Game over. Oh, crap. Right, there's limited lights because we're playing it in Super World mode. Okay, well, whatever. We can start over again. I'll say if this happens during the lightning round, hitting a checkpoint for the second time would not refresh lives. Gotta be fair here, you know? Doesn't count, doesn't refresh. Can only activate once on the first time we're, like, through it. We're not at that point yet, of course, but, you know, when we do make it, that's how, that would work.
Oh no!
I got more cards. Been playing Marvel Snap. Just got Man-Thing and Lady Deathstrike. Put together a deck with them. Been playing with that a bit. It's been fun. Let me show off that deck, as I tend to do. It's called Toxicology. Basically a deck based around, like, the two effects of the two cards. Lady Deathstrike can destroy cards that are lower than her power, and Man-Thing lowers the power of enemy cards. Or, you know, any card, but also with Luke Cage, not my cards. Really good deck. I saw a streamer, like, doing, like, their version of it, and I made my own version of it that added in, Jean Grey, which doesn't seem to be working great, I will say. Jean Grey, maybe not the smartest addition. I bet probably by the next stream, I'll have, removed her from the deck. But it's been doing alright. Fun deck to play. You make low-power cards and send them over to the enemy. And when you do send them over to the enemy, they have trouble getting rid of them, you know? Sort of junk adjacent. That deck. Which is not really a type of deck I played in, like, ages.
Oh no!
I like this new meta with like, Lady Deathstrike and all that. It's fun. A lot of Luke Cage around. And I'll say a good thing about Lady Deathstrike, which the streamer in question did also point out. Because Lady Deathstrike destroys minions that are like cards that are like lower than her in power, she will destroy a Luke Cage, which is just a perfect counter to your enemy, like negating your ability to negate, and you know, its power. You know, and because you do that, and then you know you can affect them as a result. MKX on PS Plus one day. You loved it. You don't have PlayStation Plus anymore, but you're craving more MK. Oh, that makes sense. I think it's still on Game Pass. MKX. I don't know though. I own it, so you know. I didn't need to like get a free version of MKX. Though the version of MKX I had was on the Switch, so it wasn't a very good version, I would say. I will say I got the Xbox version of Mortal Kombat 1. Or no, I'm not, it's not X I had the Switch version of. It was 11 actually. Which you know is similar but different. It's the one where there was a bunch of time travel. The Switch version of MK1 is looking trash. Yeah. You don't want that version. Don't buy that version. Even if you're thinking like, oh, it'll be fine, whatever. Like, no, get the regular version. They probably should not have put out that version. Irresponsible to put out a Switch game when it don't run good, I think. How about another card? That's all pretty much I have to say about Marvel Snap. I like this meta, even if some people are like not as into it. It's fine, it's good. I haven't gotten back to Infinite yet, but I'm slowly going up. I'm sure I will be there by the end of the month. I've also been playing Chance of Sonar. Chance of Sonar. That's a good metric. If it's not on PlayStation 4 or Xbox One, probably not good for Switch. That's Chance of Sonar is an indie game where basically you run around and you like translate languages and you do like adventure game type puzzles based on what people are saying. And it's kind of the main thing I've been playing, the main thing I played while on my trip, and it's been fun. Parts of it get a little backtracky, like it's a little bit inconvenient sometimes to go from one area to the next, and I'll say, by the way, if you're wondering what it looks like this, kinda. Not exactly like this, but you get the idea. Like, there's symbols that mean things, and you sort of have to decipher what each of them mean from context. And then you can, like, put in guesses, so that if you don't know really what something is, it'll, like, have your guess word in there. And then if you, like, put in... And then basically, if you, like, fill up a whole page with correct guesses, it locks them in and, like, translates any sentences that have all those words in it correctly. You know, making it look natural. Which is just pretty damn cool. I will say parts of it have gotten, like, hard or tedious or just, like, you know, the world is big, and there's been a lot of times where I just haven't known where the fuck I'm supposed to go. And I just find myself, like, wandering around from room to room aimlessly. I have had to look up a couple of solutions, but mostly it's been pretty fucking cool, and I really love just, like, the process of decoding each of the 5 languages in the game. It's really cool. And I've now gotten to, like, I think the last major area, I've fully decoded 4 languages. 1 since the last stream, even. You know, last stream I was on 3, now I'm on 4. Now I've finished 4. So, you know, on to the 5th one, I guess. And towards the ending. I'll say parts of it are tedious, and there's like a whole stealth sequence segment of the game, which I found pretty frustrating and you know, pretty frustrating and not great, but I've been really just pulled in by it, and can't wait to finish it off, you know, in the next few days. I imagine by Monday's stream, I will have knocked it out. I will have knocked it out by then, which is, you know, vote of confidence, I suppose. That's not the word. It's good. It's real damn good. Chance of Sonar, if that sounds like something you'd be interested in, it's a pretty cool puzzle game. Puzzle adventure type game. Hey, we got through. Whew. That was a good one, Ida. Harder, but good. Harder, but good. It's 8 o'clock. How do we want to do lightning round? Tell you what, I'll do one more level and then lightning round will start. How about that? One more level and then we'll say 2 more levels. Fuck it. Let's do 2 more levels. I do have a lot of cards left, honestly. There's been a lot of anime, and I've tried my best today to, like, catch up on a good deal of it, so I got a lot of that to talk on. Let me hit complete and then hit next. Next up is Turkatron. Turkatron just said CP hype relatively recently. Is good to go. I'll also talk a little bit about Disney Illusion Island, which I did get for the plane. I thought it would be a good podcast game. And I said before I left on my trip that I was finding to be rather devoid of excitement. I will say, having played a little bit more, it continued to be devoid of excitement. You know, it's a pretty game, but also the environments, they feel lifeless despite being so, like, good to look at. And the animation, while it's very detailed and, you know, every character has their own, like, set of animations for each move that they do, It's very much just like you run towards whatever the thing is you're going towards. And just sort of like slowly lilt through each area. Kind of dull to the point where when I was on the plane out to Orlando, I decided I'd rather just like not play a game as I listened to my podcast rather than play that one, which that's a pretty bad thing if you're saying that, you know, if it comes down to that, you know, between playing a video game and not playing a video game at all, I'd rather play one. Oh, jeez. I remember this one. This one's gonna be, a whole thing, huh? Let's say this level, and then we'll start. This level will probably take the full 15. I would hazard a guess that we're not gonna finish this one, but hey, maybe. Yes, that's right. You can slap stickers on. Whole thing. Wow, that was nearly first try for that first room, which we've never gotten through, I will say. Damn. Did we have this one in the lightning round? This one might have been lightning round before. I feel like I would have gotten through this, like, in 15 minutes, or at least this room in 15 minutes. Otherwise. Well, actually, I don't know. I feel like... I don't think it was lightning round. I think we got it outside the lightning round last time as well. It's just really hard. Anyway, I'll say I still might play more of that game, but like on the eve of Mario Wonder, probably won't be anytime soon. I bet I won't play any. You know what I'll say? I bet I won't play literally any more of it. I feel like I'm probably done. It was fun for a bit, and like perfectly good. Like I would describe Disney Illusion Island like eating saltine crackers, you know? It fills you up, it'll spend your time, but it's not, like, compelling in any way, shape, or form. No. It's just... nothing. Low-calorie gaming. Okay, we need to do... Close, close. That was close. Do another card here. Follow up on other games I had been playing. So, if you're wondering about other games I've been playing, like, Armored Core, Like a Dragon Ishin, and other things I had hoped to, like, find time to, like, get back to, I will say, quite obviously, I was traveling. I only brought my Switch with me, so any game that wasn't on Switch, I wasn't able to play for the last week or so, so that's why I haven't played any of those in a while. That said, I don't know if I'll get back to them and do them. Again, a lot of games are about to come out. It's about to get very busy, and I do feel like I've hit my limit as far as maybe as far into Armored Core as I can get. Maybe if I continue working at it, I'll get farther, but it's so hard, you know, that game is. To get further, to get, like, into each individual mission is just, like, harder and harder, and, I don't know if I have it in me, you know? There we go. Fuck. What's cooking? We're playing some Mario Maker. Mario Wonder, that's gonna be the thing. I'm gonna play so much of that goddamn game, like, oh my god. I have really high hopes for Mario Wonder, I will say. As I'm sure everyone else does as well. It's a very good looking game, and I guess it's gonna be rad as fuck, you know? I hope it's like Game of the Year quality, right? I hope it's like something that's like right up there with Tears of the Kingdom and makes you go like, well, god damn it, Mario did it again. You know, Zelda had like a Game of the Year, quality game, and then Mario came in and it's like, hey, what if I got in there? And, you know, for me anyway, Odyssey was like far and away the Game of the Year of that year. Obviously, that's not true of everyone. Some people like Breath of the Wild more, but like, I could see that happening again. That's how good it's looking to me. That's how good Wonder's looking for me. And just think, y'all, less than a week from now, we will all be playing Mario Wonder. You know, if y'all are employed, would be a good day to take time off, I guess. I'll say, I actually just scheduled like a big multi-hour meeting, like an interview type thing, for that Friday without thinking about it, so I guess I will be tied up for 3 hours, but other than that, I'll probably, you know, do a thing. Technical interviews, you know, when you get to that phase, you know, they tend to take a while, it seems. I've had one of them before, you know, since coming onto the market, but yeah, this will be like the second one, I guess. I can't wait. I'm so excited. Also, Spider-Man will be coming out at the same time. I don't know how I'll balance the two, but you know, I kind of have a lot of time right now, so I bet I will figure it out. Is there anything else coming out right now? I feel like Alan Wake is a big one. Yeah, I've heard people raving about Alan Wake too. Like, it sounds pretty cool. No, I'll say I really enjoyed Control a lot, and Alan Wake, the first one, was very cool as well. I'm hoping they've upped their game since Alan Wake. Well, actually, you know what? I know they upped their game since Alan Wake 1. I've played Control. Control is definitely upped game, you know? I'm hoping that will now translate to the best Alan Wake ever. Which, well, yeah, it probably would be, wouldn't it? I got more cards. Let's start doing them. I have this whole anime block. A whole fucking ton of anime cards. Let's just start into them. First with, one that I finished. The last of last season's shows that had been delayed. Not delayed, it just had a slightly longer order. It had 15 episodes rather than like 12, and went 2 weeks longer than everything else. I finished Reign of the Seven Spellblades. 5 out of 5 with a heart. Fantastic show. It's sort of like pulls a lot from Harry Potter, but it's also so much cooler, in like a lot of ways. In addition to wands, all the characters, they carry swords as well, and do like, you know, a combination of like melee and magic combats. The school, in addition to being like generally transformy and generally like maze-like, it transforms into a literal like dungeon at night, which is a pretty good like extension of what you know, Harry Potter did naturally. There's like dark secrets afoot, which sort of unveil themselves throughout the season, and you know, come to a head and make things interesting. And also, there's like gender fluidity. The show exists in a world where, you know, there are trans people and gender fluid people and other such things. So, you know, take that JK, which is, I will say, one of the things about the show that is like, so when you're watching, like, okay, good, this isn't in love with Harry Potter, you know, in so much as like kissing JK's ass or anything. It is willing to be cooler than Harry Potter is, and have like, actually like, characters who are between genders and other things that would make JK Rowling like shit a brick, you know? Which I thought I found to be very, like, refreshing. And, Also, it alleviated my worries that it was gonna be like, you know, the show kind of starts with one of the first things it shows is like, we got the animal cruelty plot from Harry Potter. Yes, that's right. There's like a demi-humans like rights movement, and it's like, okay, you're pulling that. I see what you're doing. Okay, it's not like a parody about it. It's very serious, but it is also very cool. There's some really good, solid action and some dark business as well. And also, like, all the main cast, like, the whole main group of 6 characters are just, like, really likable, really charming. They have chemistry. They have good group dynamics, and they're a fun group to see. And for that itself, you know, the show is worth watching. Also, there are some fucking real good twists that occur, like, as things go on that, like, make things more interesting. What? Huh? What? Oh! We're supposed to go down. Oh, I can't believe I did that twice. I can't believe I did that twice in a row. Without even, like, you know, batting an eye there. Okay, we're in another room. New room. Hell yeah, let's go. Maybe this room will be less dangerous. Kinda looks like in this room we just have to throw stuff. And we're not gonna be, like, subjected to the whims of, you know, whatever. Okay, we need to first kill that guy, and then we can jump up. What? Huh? Maybe we need to jump off the Goomba. Wow. Maybe we need to jump off the Goomba as like a platform. Oh, jeez. This is one hell of a thing that you put together, Turkatron. Whew. I will say, wish that Clear Condition could have CPs. Yeah, that'd be cool. I feel like you need some sort of like requirement for the CP though, otherwise, you know, you could get to a CP and not be able to finish from the CP. Hey Lucille, we went through your level earlier, I think. How was your level? It was good. Remind me which level it was. It's been a minute. It's been a while. We've been in this level for like 15 minutes. Excuse me if I've forgotten what your level was. I've been throwing Goombas, and throwing more Goombas, and throwing more besides. The lightning round is starting after this. Dashing creepers. Oh yeah, the level with the creepers. Yeah, it was good. I remember that one. It makes sense why Nintendo didn't allow that. Yeah, levels need to be clearable from a checkpoint. That just goes with the territory. It would be really hard if that was the case. I think in general, my best practices would be like, I feel like Clear Condition levels need to be a good deal shorter than any other level. You know, they need to basically be like basically the length of like one checkpoint. Or like a little bit longer, right? I hope you don't mind the twist of... I hope you like the twist of having the level designed as a new Super Luigi U level. Oh yeah, short levels are great. Was it a short level? I guess probably no checkpoint. been a bit. I forgot how long it was. "100 seconds on the timer." Ah, right, yeah. A little bit harrowing in that respect. I remember there being a short timer level. Yeah, I know. It's fine. Yeah, look. I'm tired. It's been like 15 minutes of throwing Goombas. I forget things sometimes. I appreciate how many levels y'all put in, but, you know, there's a lot of them, and I sometimes can't remember them after too long. But, you know, that just goes with the thing. Hey! Fuck! Well. Oh, cool shortcut there. You only have to throw 3 if you do it after, you know? Okay. This room again. I'll start the timer once we get into the... once we die one more time. We die one more time, or sorry, not the timer, the, I'll stop the timer and put in the last tries. Okay, 2 guys to get here. I think I'm realizing something. We're going to need these Goombas to be in the slots, just like the last one, aren't we? Each of these Goombas is going to have to be, like, wedged right up there. Okay, shit. What's the level about? It's hard. It's about... It's somewhat hard. That's not an answer to the question. Bah. Last tries. Let's do it. Oh, jeez. Seems an interesting setup. Yep. You gotta, like, show Goombas at these 16 raw plants, and each room is kind of hard. Feels like it might be the hardest part, though. It's that first guy. Place them with Goombas, and then, like, jump on them. I kind of wish it was just the throwing. That would make it a lot easier to manage. But, you know, hey, it's cool. It's original. It's supposed to be like base basketball, right? Unless you slam dunk, you usually have to follow the basketball up to the top. Except in the case of a slam dunk. So, jot that down, I suppose. Ooh. Is that gonna work? No. No, it's not. Third try, 2 left. I don't think we're gonna win this. I don't think we're gonna get through it. Lightning round, I'm gonna start it like right after this. Right after this level. Okay. Make sure we got in that one. That guy there. This guy over here, and bing, bang, boom. Alright, last try here, folks. and then lightning round time. So, you know, once we get into the lightning round, things are really gonna move. You know, less waiting from here on out. So, you know, if you've been like waiting your turn and all, well, look forward to lightning round start. Ooh, that's poorly phrased. Again, tired. Lights out! Let's go! Thank you, level. Thank you for level. Lives are out. Let's go on to the next one. I'm gonna hit next. Infinity Maker. Infinity Miner. You are up. And folks, it is time for the lightning round. During the lightning round, I will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way, 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints, 7 for subs, and also for the first level of the night. And the bonus heads, there's Infinity Miner, look like this. They come in a variety of forms and like heads, from like Bowser to Yoshi to extra Mario heads to some that aren't even Mario related. Those ones are rare, so if you get those, you've gotten very lucky. I'm going to just roulette the roulette, and I'm going to cover it up so we can't see, and I'm going to hit the button to stop it. Now, Wario. You got Wario. Very nice. Those are good heads. Go ahead and punch it in. This will be how we'll be doing it for the rest of the night. If you ever wonder how the lightning round works, that's how. We do it from the start of the lightning round to the very end of the stream, which will be roughly around the time I run out of cards, typically. You know, run out of things to talk about. Typically, that's when I say, like, okay, it's time to wind down and do a last call and get out of here. Let's go. It's like a challenging level. But I didn't realize I was on a platform there, on solid ground. Shit. I also will say I got just an absolute shit ton of new anime to talk about, so we might jam through some of these cards, like in quick succession here tonight, because there's just a metric shit ton of them, and I do want to get through them tonight in a good order. I already talked about the one that ended. The rest are brand new, though. That's what happens when a season ends, typically. There's also usually a new season, like Hot on the Wings. Very cool stuff in this level, Infinity Miner. Good use of blue plants, good use of piranha plants. I like the variety. We didn't get a checkpoint, right? Checkpoints refresh all of our lives. Should we get one? But you know, we have to get one. 2 tries left. These are strictly the bonus tries, so you know, hey, we would be done now if not for said bonus tries. Fuck. Last try. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's finish up. You're gonna lurk. That's very cool, Ida. You have a good one. You enjoy like whatever it is you're working on, doing whatever. I feel like we could do that, Miner. Jeez, though, you know, we ran out of tries. Such is lightning round. Let's go ahead and get the next person up. Next person is Local for Life. Loca for Life. Let me at Loca for Life real fast. Loca for Life, you are up. Hang on, the Twitch chat on my phone is broken. I'm gonna refresh and do it again. I thought it was gonna be the last level before the lightning round. Yeah, sorry, that last level went so long. I'm just in the mood to start it. Start up the lightning round, you know? My bad. It's 8:30, man. Usually it starts at like 7:45, but I didn't say the thing before. You know? There we go. Local for life, you are up. Go ahead and confirm. Meanwhile, let me do a card. Also, I dropped Firefighter Daigo Rescue in Orange. One of the first things I did while in Orlando was realize, like, okay, well, first off, I'm not going to have time to watch all these shows. Second off, yeah, I really don't care for Firefighter in Orange, Daigo. You know, I feel like I've gotten zero idea about these characters, other than they like to exercise and are trying to become, you know, rescue squad material or whatever. It's very forgettable and quite nothing, and I decided to go ahead and drop it. I feel like a lot of the other anime that I have in my list I'm going to end up dropping as well, but this was the first one that I actually like went back and watched another episode of the shows that I've been like kind of tentative about. You know, I haven't really had time to watch, like, any of the other ones that I was, like, mixed on yet, so I imagine over the weekend I'll watch a couple more of each of those, and I'll probably, like, drop, like, a half dozen more from my list. Hello, Dingy Dingus. Thank you for the level. Again, Local for Life, go ahead and confirm. I'm gonna do one more card and talk about the first episode of Uma Musume Pretty Derby Season 3. I will say, this episode was, I watched this, like, right after the last week's Thursday stream, which was the viewer levels before my trip, and, I was a little disappointed insofar as it seems like a very normal season. You know, I haven't watched the second episode of it yet. The second episode is up now. Haven't watched that yet, haven't had time, but the first episode just seemed pretty normal. There's a new protagonist, Kita-san Black, who is just like a horse girl who is, you know, a newbie. Just like in Season 1, which is about a newbie who is, like, trying to be good at horse racing. You know? Uma Musume is about horse girls who are named after historical racehorses, and the results of the races that they do are sort of torn from history, and are just like, you know, they construct drama around, like, the arc of life that these horses had in real life, which is pretty cool. But also, you know, last season was like so extraordinarily good that it has a lot to live up to, and so far it seems like it's certainly better than Season 1 by a good degree, but not quite as exciting as Season 2 was, which was more about, like, you know, a pro at the top of her game coming down and, you know, dealing with setbacks, with injuries, and that sort of thing. Which was emotional, it was dramatic, it was extremely funny as well at the same time, and just a damn good time. And this one seems like, yeah, it's about an amateur again. You know, whatever. I don't see Local for Life, but I'm just going to go ahead with, you know, 2 lives. That'll be good. That'll be how we do it. This level doesn't look hard anyway, so I'll probably be fine anyhow. Anyway, hopefully that goes some interesting, compelling places. I will say a weird thing about that show is just like, you know, after the story ends for a lot of horse girls, they just end up sticking around and being, like, in the background. Like, the characters from Season 1 and Season 2 are still there, but they're not, it doesn't seem like they're doing races anymore, and it doesn't seem like they're really, like, participating in the big, giant races. And the reason is simple, you know, the races are based on historical races, and, you know, they were not in historical races after a certain point. You know, I think, like, Tokai Teo's last race in real life was the last race of Season 2, you know? I think that might have been her swan song, which is great, but also, now that Tokai Teo is just hanging around being in the background, it's kind of weird insofar as, like, wait, why aren't you racing? What races are you guys doing? Hey, Barnstormer, how's it going? It's going good. I just got back from a trip. Got a lot of anime to talk about tonight, I will say. Talked about a bunch about, like, Disney and Universal and SeaWorld earlier on. Now, on to talking about Disney. Vineyard Miner level was cleared by Luce Bits. That's nice. I like this bit here. This is an interesting construction. Interesting series of platforms. Checkpoint refreshes our lives. Back up to 2. I like all this moving platform shenanigans. They're good. Good shit. Never been to SeaWorld? It's alright. They have some good coasters. I really liked Manta and Pipeline. I'll say that. The rest was very okay. Very, you know, very like regular Six Flags quality. You know, like if you were at a Six Flags park and either of those rides that I rode were there, you'd go like, oh yeah, that's a really good ride. Worth a ride or two. You know, that's about how I land on anything at that park that wasn't Manta or Pipeline. Manta and Pipeline, those are extraordinarily good rides, though. Really thoroughly enjoyed those two. Good shit, local life. Go ahead and complete and hit next. Meanwhile, I'll pop another card. Saitos, go ahead and confirm. Saitos confirmed, fantastic. Watch the first episode of our dating story, The Experienced You and the Inexperienced Me. Sort of a romance-type dating show wherein a guy asks out a girl. He's sort of a nerdy guy. It's done on a dare. And she says, like, okay, yeah, sure, let's do it. Let's try it out. Whatever. It turns out, you know, she's been playing the field and, you know, getting with whoever asks and just seeing how it goes. And I will say, it's kind of refreshing to have a rom-com where, like, the main character, like, one of the main love interests, whatever, is, like, not, like, waiting for true love, you know? It's just more like being like, yeah, I'll try dating you. We'll see where it goes, you know? And it's not necessarily, like, being like, oh, I don't know, I don't love you. I don't know if I can date you if I don't love you, which is, you know, how it typically works in a rom-com. In real life, you know, probably you work up to a date. You know, you get to know the person, then you feel like, you know, you feel it out, and you play the field, and you do, like, multiple people. It does, like, hit you with a really, like, risque hook, which is, like, the girl basically saying up front, like, well, are we gonna have sex or something? You know? But you get the impression of, like, well, it's not that she's, like, you know, raring to have sex or nothing. It's more just that apparently that's been how a lot of her relationships have gone. You know, with a lot of people just, with a lot of the boys that she's dated just being, like, really randy for it. And, apparently she's just wanted to keep them around or something. I don't understand what's going on here. What? Huh? P-switch. We have to get a P-switch. Boo! There's hidden stuff in these blocks. Anyway, I thought the first episode was really neat. Again, novel to see a dating anime where the main character is, like, playing the field and is not just, like, 100%, you know, bent on exclusivity, you know? And I think it's probably going to be pretty sweet and wholesome on the whole, despite the little hook of, like, you know, sex being, like, on the table from the start, you know? It's going to be probably, like, a mellow relationship that, you know, she enters into and they figure out, and they're probably going to really like each other, despite him being, like, a nerdy dude, and her being, like, a popular girl who has, like, you know, tried out a lot of relationships in the past, none of which have worked out for, you know, reasons that she's not quite sure of, honestly. Can I get a Koopa shell? If I could get a Koopa shell, I could hit that thing. There's a key. Okay, that was that was 5 lives somehow. Just mostly in soft locks. Shit. I have no idea what was going on there. I have no idea what the fuck we were supposed to do. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Well, Isn't that just appropriate? What was the name of the anime? The Inexperienced Me and the Experienced You, Our Love Story. I think it's on Crunchyroll. I actually watched that in the airport before my flight last Friday out to Orlando. Mostly didn't watch a lot of new animes from Orlando, though. Just really didn't have the time. Let me refresh our lives and hit the next, and next person is Luce Bits, who is here. Perfect. Next thing I watched was Undead Unluck. This was on Hulu. I also watched this in the airport. I think I watched this mostly in the other side, at on the Orlando side rather than in the Dallas side. But yeah, Undead Unluck. The concept is that there's this girl, and whenever she touches someone, they get like Final Destination killed. And there's this guy who cannot be killed and wants to be killed, so, you know, he touches her and then gets killed and then comes back to life and is like, shit, we gotta keep trying this because I've been looking for a way to get killed for like ages now. Let's do this. I love this. And also he flies around by like dismembering his feet and like propelling himself by the force of blood coming out his leg. And also there's a lot of like goofy, high, like, quality action bits. And also, it's very sexed up. It's very horny. It's very hornt, the show. I feel like Undead Unluck is going to be someone's favorite anime, you know? It's on Hulu also, so it's like... And I'll say, Hulu didn't fuck up the captions this time. They were actually pretty good when I was watching it, you know, at least in the airport on my phone. Maybe they will be weird when I watch it on the computer, like, going forward, but I will say, I thought it was pretty fun, very handsy of a show, you know, very, like, grabby, you know, and very, like, just straight up horny. But it's fun, it's light, it's goofy, and the animation is very, very, very good. I feel like people are going to be into it. I feel like that's going to be one that people are way into to an unhealthy degree, you know. I feel like when I saw that, I said, well, I don't know if I don't think I love it as much as most people. I enjoy it a lot. I think it's going to be very popular. I think it's going to be very popular. Undead Unluck. Let's play this level. I love how anime plots are just like that. Sometimes, some of them are quite mellow. There's mellow animes as well. This one is very overblown, very over the top, I will say, you know. Definitely a contender for, like, horniest... There's not a contest for horniest of the year. What am I saying? That's not a thing. I don't even know what it would contend for. It's very cool. I could see it being, like, top tier by the end. I don't know. I'll say again, like, the way that he is, like, grabbing... basically, there's the plot... This level was created for a collab product. Seems really cool. I like the treadmill jumps. Treadmill jumps are cool. I feel like treadmill jumps are an underappreciated thing, you know, getting a speed boost and then going off a jump real good. The amount of power-ups is pretty fair and good, and dealing with these guys on treadmills is appropriately challenging. I feel like these blind jumps are like, you know, it's pretty clear what you have to do. You just have to, like, get some speed and take the jumps. Great shit! There we go. Got through. Hell yeah. Love that. That was great. Let me hit complete and then hit next. And I'm gonna pull up another card. Dingy Dingus. Dignity Dingus? There you are, Dignity Dingus. How you doing? I'm gonna pull another card. I watched the first episode of Girlfriend Season 2. Folks! This is one of the ones I watched from Orlando. When I was in Orlando, at a certain point, I just said, like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna prioritize. I'm gonna watch the shit that I want to watch, like, right now. And Girlfriend is a show that I really loved the first season of. And getting into that second season, no disappointment. Absolutely no disappointment. Hello, Deputy DK, how you doing? Like, oh my god, Girlfriend is as good as ever. It's fantastic. It's great. The premise of Girlfriend is that the biggest wife guy in the world decides to give polyamory a try. He gets a second girlfriend, and he loves both of them, you know? And he's big with the public displays of affections. He's big with the big grand gestures, and like, you know... The first thing he does in the show, in the season 1, is like, announce to the whole class, is do a public display of affection to the whole classroom, and then like you know, embarrass his girlfriend really much. And that's even before he gets a second one, who he also ends up loving just as much. There's also a third girlfriend, or a third girl, who is not a girlfriend, but is like trying to get in that whole situation. And there's a fourth girl who has always been in the OPED, but only had a little bit of time in season 1. I will say season 2, immensely enjoying it. Immensely enjoying the first episode. I think the second episode might have come out by now. I haven't seen it yet. You know, like I said, I've been pretty busy since I got back. But definitely looking forward to that. The fourth girl is going to be a big part of season 2. And I'm so happy to see that. I'm so happy to see her, like, get involved in some plot stuff, and it's just as much of a screwball good time as before. I'm having a great time watching it. I would highly recommend checking out Girlfriend Season 1 and, you know, rolling right into Season 2. It's fucking fantastic. One of the best harem-type shows out there. And yeah, just the idea of a wife guy who gets a second girlfriend is just hilarious. That on his face is hilarious. You know, that character type, 2 wives, 2 girlfriends? Oh my god. How can you contain him? You can't. He just has so much energy and so much, like, affection. He's so affectionate. It's hilarious. It's so good. I love Girlfriend. And I'm happy to see it back, and I'm enjoying the hell out of it. Let's go. Let's do it. We got 60 seconds. Weird theme tonight of short levels. Oh, hey, I think I understand the concept here. So we're chasing after the thing? That's cool. I made a level similar to this back in Mario Maker 1, where you're chasing after a 1-up, and if you hit it, if you got it, you could, like, propel up to the ceiling and take an exit pipe whenever you did. Basically, the idea was to be inspired by, like, Rayman Legends, chess chase levels. Unfortunately, that level got taken offline because I called it Smoking Stash, or Smoking Room. I called it Smoking Room Stash Chess Chase, which I think they interpreted as like a smoking thing, which I didn't mean it that way. I just, you know, I just meant like a smoking room, which is a room in a house, and it was a ghost house level, so it made sense. Made sense to me anyway. Go figure. If I could have renamed it and re-uploaded it, I would have, but, you know, Nintendo, they're weird about that stuff. Apparently, when that happens, it's just gone. You can't bring it back. Damn shame. Would have liked to, have that level be available, but hey, you know, no levels will be available soon enough. Within the next year, you know? We're gonna have to do some sort of big send-off stream for Mario Maker 1. I'll say that again. Big send-off stream whenever, makes sense. Yeah, it's a terrible policy, I agree. 100%. If it was like something that was wrong with the level, I could understand it being like permanently banned, but if it's just the name, just bounce it back and say like, hey, you need to rename this. Or just have the filters be in place from the start and have it like, just tell me from the start like, hey, this name isn't okay. whatever. That was great. That was good shit. Thank you a lot. Diggity Dingus. That's how you say that. Names are hard to say. Hitting complete, hitting next. Barnstormer. Just talked about how that was a terrible policy. I agree. Barnstormer is good. Very good. Next card. I watched The Kingdoms of Ruin. This one was a weird one. It seems alright. The first couple scenes are kind of just like setting the stage and like setting things up. There's like a witch, and apparently all witches are being like eliminated or something. Genocided. And the first like 15 minutes of the show is just like a witch being humiliated and killed in a brutal way. And the main character is apparently her sidekick who survives. And I guess, I don't know, I got very little out of him from that prologue. Very little of his personality of like what the show will be like. That said, it goes after that to a scene where it's about some like prisoners who are like in a prison, and the main character is like a big, you know, team player. It's like, despite being in prison, willing to like share her supplies and be like the, you know, share her food, be like a team player, be like a good person in a way that is like immediately very likable. But also, that part of the episode is like 5 minutes long, so really didn't get much of a taste of like what she's gonna be like in like the whole show. That, I think another episode of that is like airing in a couple days, so I'll watch the next one and see what I think. Again, like I said, been strapped for time recently. I've only managed to watch like one episode of some of these, even if a second episode has come up in this coming recently, you know. Still need to catch up on like a lot of stuff, I guess. Let's go. Barnstormer. Zelda 2 Adventure of Link. I guess this is a music level based on that game. I don't have that much personal experience with that game, so I can't really speak to it, but it'll be fun. Thank you for the level. Joe. Hey, Joe, how's it going? Haven't seen you for a bit. A lot of folks here. I appreciate y'all coming by and hanging out and giving me so many good levels. It's good when a stream has a lot of good levels, you know? Good variety and such. This is a good Zelda song. Different from, like, you know, the more modern games. I'm not sure if this song was ever reused, but very well realized. Hey. Zelda 2 has some of the best music. I don't know. I feel like a lot of Zeldas have really good music, you know? I guess I can't speak to Zelda 2. I've never, like, played it proper, but there's a lot of music that's good in the Zelda games. You know. Done. Something's gonna drop here? How would this work? Oh, okay. It's like an enemy limit thing. Perfect. That refreshes our tries. Let's go. Let's do it. Hell yeah. The Palace theme is pretty well known. I guess I'm not a knower of music. Is this the Palace theme? It rings a bell. How about that? Does ring a bell. This is title screen. Okay. I never played that much of this game. I just found it to be very confusing. Of Zelda 2. Found it to be very confusing and like off-putting and weird. Not my Zelda, you know. I'll say even Zelda 1 is a little much for me, the first Zelda. I'm currently playing through Twilight Princess HD on Mondays, though yesterday's stream was one of those, and it was on Thursday, but, you know. Hang on, there's a secret back here. It's confusing and too difficult? Yeah, I would definitely agree on that. I've been playing that, and I have been thinking, like, what if instead of after... I have said before, maybe Skyward Sword is the next one, but I have been thinking, on account of Skyward Sword being, like, long and boring and kind of bloated, what if instead of Skyward Sword as the next playthrough that's, like, Zelda-themed, and I'll say, like, well, let me be clear. My current plan is to do, like, a Zelda playthrough, and then the next campaign of StarCraft 2, and then a Zelda playthrough again. So, you know, it would be after a StarCraft campaign, but I was thinking, what if I played through, Link to the Past, which I don't think I've ever finished, question mark? I'm not really sure about that. Maybe I finished it once on Virtual Console, but I know I never finished it on, when I rented it on a Game Boy Advance once. And that might be the farthest I've gotten when I got it on Game Boy Advance back in the day. And that was, like, not all the way. Would that be a fun playthrough? Maybe that'd be a fun one, you know? Maybe one people would like to see. Thank you for level. Food for thought. Very good Zelda level. Go ahead and hit complete. And next. Next up is Deputy DK, who is here. Perfect. I'm going to do another card. Watch the first episode of Spy X Family Season 2. Not much to say about it. Spy X Family, of course, very popular show. Continues to be great. You know, if you don't know the premise, look at this. Third is in here. Isn't that nice? What are the odds of that? An actual word, basically. If you don't know the premise, basically it's a nuclear family where the father is like a spy, the mother is an assassin, and the daughter is a telepath. And you know, this follows up from the first season, and it's 2 parts. You know, obviously, first season was a split season, I will say. So, you know, it was 24 episodes, to be clear. This follows on from there, and it seems like it's just as good as ever. The first episode was a fun romp that goes some good, fun places and ends in like an action bit with some fun, goofy, irreverent action. And also, it just continues to be so funny that, like, you know, all the characters' inner monologues as they, like, navigate things and try to keep their identity secret are all just privy, or all just obvious to Anya, the girl who can read minds, and she knows 100%, like, yeah, Dad's a spy, it's very cool. Mom's an assassin, it's very cool as well. Something's going on with the dog. She's the only one who knows the whole score, and it's hilarious because she is just like the cutest and most precocious little thing ever. I'll never forget in the first episode of the show where, like, the way that they introduce it is that you know, he's at the adoption agency, the spy daddy is, and he's trying to, like, find someone who would be good for his cover. And he's like, well, how old are you? And he thinks to himself, well, she has to be at least 5 or 6, in order to, like, play the role that I want her to, you know, to go to, the elementary school that, she needs to do. And she immediately says, like, I'm 6. And he goes, oh, really, that's convenient, that's great. And then they reveal, like, yeah, she can read minds. After she, like, you know, gets a few, like, pop trivia questions wrong. Or right, you know, by reading his mind and stealing the answers. Which is a funny bit. And of course, there's, like, some spy antics. It's a great show. Really happy it's back and looking forward to a good, solid season of it. I'll say, like, so far, it's not, like, the most exciting thing. It's not like it's changed at all since last season or, like, popped the level up. But it's still damn good. It's still damn good. First episode is one of the best episodes I've seen in the show. Exactly. That's the thing about the first episode. It's, like, one of the best. And, like, the second episode is one of the best as well. Because, you know, the first episode introduced just the spy and the daughter. The spy and the telepath. And the second episode introduced the assassin, which is just super fun and good. It has a phenomenal start, that first season. And I'll say, like, since then, it's sort of, like, leveled out. You know, it's sort of, like, is just, like, at a constant, very, very good level. But it's consistently great. What? That's what I get for not paying attention, I guess. Let's try that again. It's consistently super fun and super good and light and, you know, funny. It's really good. What is this saying? I was only following orders? Oh, is this about how we killed the Goomba? Is this a moral dilemma? I think this is a moral thing. Spec Ops: The Line. Spec Ops: The Line is a little topical right now, I will say. In a bad way. You don't want to be topical in the way that Spec Ops: The Line is. Okay, if we don't kill the Goomba. If we don't kill the... Read the description after you beat it. Okay, you're assuming we're gonna beat it. If we don't kill the Goomba... It looks like everything's gonna go in the same direction as before. It'd be funny if, because we didn't kill it, if something different happened and we get like a normal choice. Swim faster? I've heard you can do that by like holding down the run button and the swim button. Okay. Sounds like we do want to kill the Goomba. We do want to swim faster. We just want to get through that gap. That'll be what we do next time. Another card. Hey. I watched the first episode of The 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You. I gotta say, folks, it's fucking good. It's fucking good and we love it. It's fucking good, y'all. The 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You is hilarious. It's fucking great. Think like Comey can't communicate, but instead of collecting 100 friends, it's 100 girlfriends, and also it's dumb as hell. In a fun way. It's, shit. It's got, like, a lot of meta humor. It's got, like, a lot of meta humor. Were we on? I think we were on our... We lost a third life, so there we go. You swim faster while holding an item? Ah, okay. Good clue. Good clue. Thank you. I didn't think about that. And the item is going to be the Goomba. Fuck! We'll have another stab at that later if you like. You know, thus is the lightning round. You know, feel free to resubmit that. I think we were just about to solve the puzzle, actually. Pull those lives off for the next person. Next up is, Luce Bits. 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You is fantastic. The basic premise is that due to a clerical error, the main character has 100 soulmates. Due to a clerical error. And, you know, basically, whenever he meets one of his soulmates, a jolt of electricity will, like, go through his whole body, and they will all know that they are meant to be. Except there are 100 of them, so he's gonna have to figure out how to have that many girlfriends. Which is very funny. Very funny. Also, it's like, again, a lot of good meta humor. Like, with the god like recognizing that it's like a anime, it's an adaptation, jokes about that. You know, the god is basically like saying, there's a certain point where the god is joking around saying like, hey, stop fucking repeating my lines. You know, stop fucking repeating my explanations. We only have so much time in this first episode to get this setup done. And if I find out that some of my lines get cut, I'm gonna be like so upset. That's gonna suck for me. People are gonna go like, oh, I thought he had more lines in the manga. What the fuck? And they're gonna be really unhappy. And I'm gonna be more unhappy than all of them, which is a funny bit. It's a funny bit to like just slip in there. It's very self-aware and very funny in that like, yeah. And also, in the first episode, there's two girls, and they're both very cute, and, you know, they fall into very funny tropes, as far as, like, you know, rom-com, harem-type characters. One is, like, you know, tsundere, and the other is, like, a little bit of a schemer. She comes up with some dumb ideas in order to try to, like, you know, sneak a kiss or something, you know. The first thing... I'll tell you one of the jokes that happens, like, after they meet. Like, the first thing that happens is that he bumps into two of the potential girlfriends, and they fall over, and it's all a whole thing. And the girl, you know, one of them, she's like, oh, I want to be princess carried. And she goes like, ow, 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 ow. And, you know, tries to get him to princess carry her. But he's just so upset by it, and just like, so sad that he's like, oh my god, I hurt my love of my life? What the fuck is wrong with me? That's not how I meet someone. And just she's so taken by that because, you know, she's in love and shit. And then the other girl says like, I'm fine. It's not like I twisted my knee as well in order to like get Princess carried to the nurse's office, or like, you know, be helped to the nurse's office or whatever. Which is another like just really good example of the genre. Really good, just like does the harem thing really well insofar as like, you know, doing that character bit about as well as you could. And then later they both like get revealed as faking it, and they immediately just like fall back onto the ground and go like, ah, yeah, after standing up by mistake. And it's cute and good and funny and wholesome. And I'll say that ED, the ending song, it's fucking good. I actually like listened to that ending song in line at Disney World like a lot, and I found that it gave me some like staying power, you know, when I was like waiting in line and getting like really like you know, my feet were getting really sore. That ending song is fucking good and made me happy and felt good enough to keep on standing. It is self-aware and is aware that its idea is like absurdly dumb. You know, yes, it is absolutely that. It's kind of a parody. It's kind of a parody, but it is also like the harem anime, you know, in that it's going like all out. You know, like girlfriend goes pretty far in literally being a harem where the protagonist has two actual girlfriends. You know, this one, he's got two already. He is gonna go farther. I don't know that I would call it a parody, but it is like sweet and good and not exactly, it's not horny, I would say. It's not like gross. It's fun. And hilarious, and has good comic timing, and it's just like expertly done. I would wholeheartedly recommend it, and I feel like it's right up there with wherein for like my favorite thing of the season so far. Like, it's right up there in that general vicinity. It might even be higher than like some other. It might be even be like top 5 material for the year. I would reckon at this point, though we'll see. I you know, don't count your chickens yet, but goddamn, it's fucking good. The trailer gave you a sense of bait for horny. Yeah, it's playing it up more for comedy and than anything. There's I don't think there's much real attention paid to, like, the bodies of the girls in question, as far as, like, their endowments or anything of the sort. You know, I can't even remember, like, if they are, like, you know... I can't even remember if they're, like, exaggerated in that way, you know? This is really cool. I like what you've done with Lakitus and, like, a vertical climbing level. That works really well, actually. I'm surprised I haven't seen this sort of combination before. Ooh, oh my god. Also these, like, bloopers. That's brilliant. This is a brilliant use of the, blooper with, kill children. Oh my god. And some bombs? That's also pretty, pretty dangerous in this context. This is pretty damn cool. Done a pretty damn cool job with it. Probably definitely one of the best vertical auto-scrollers I can think of. There were a bunch of enemies there at the end. I guess you have to deal with them if you want to get that 30 coin. I'm good. I'm good on that. Thank you for the level. I'm gonna hit complete. I will say, folks, please continue. Go ahead, submit more levels. It's all good. Until such time as I close the queue, continue to submit more of them. I would love to be able to bounce between multiple people and not have to do, like, one person as I, you know, talk to more anime, including the second season of Deadmau5 Deathplay. Watch the first episode of that. Still damn good. Not that many thoughts. It's sort of just a continuation of the last season, which was only, you know, 3 months ago. It's more of a split season situation. Basically, that show is a reverse isekai where a Lich Lord gets reincarnated into modern-day Tokyo, and it's very cool and creative with, like, the supernatural business and how many different supernatural, like, characters are in the mix doing things and, like, you know, bouncing off each other. There's some cool shit in there, and I'm looking forward to a solid performance to a solid second half of this split season. No further thoughts. Joe just said GG is good for it. Very good. Fuck. I'll do one more card real quick, just as the last of the returning shows. Dr. Stone New World Part 2 is back. Watched that yesterday. Nothing really to say about that other than, you know, it's doing the same thing that the show was doing when it left off, like, 3 months ago. Again, another show that's more just returning from a split season versus, like, coming back after a year or two of, you know, not being around. You know? Different scenario than, shows that have, been gone and have returned, I would say. Anyway, it's good. The current plot is going some exciting places and is dealing with some interesting stuff. There's been some huge technical advances, as every episode of Dr. Stone ought to have. If you don't know what Dr. Stone is, it's a show where humanity gets, like, frozen in stone for, like, 1,000, 2,000 years, and when some people wake up, they have to rebuild society from scratch. Fortunately, the main character is a super genius who, like, knows how to build things and knows, like, you know, the chemical composition of things and, you know, knows a lot of handy stuff if you want to, like, restart civilization, it turns out. Checking this one out. Yeah, if you haven't seen Dr. Stone, it's had, like, a couple seasons so far. This is actually, like, the 3rd season. The second part of the 3rd season. So, it's a long show, and it's very fun. You know, just, like, watching, the characters, like, reinvent society from the ground up. Comparable to, like, it's somewhat comparable to, like, what's the isekai? Bookworm isekai. Except it doesn't get bad at any point. It continues to be good, and I would say only gets better as, like, they go from inventing, like, you know, basic things to, like, well, goddamn, we basically are at the point where we can invent the car again. You know, like, what the fuck? How the fuck do you invent that in this stone world? You know, everyone else is just with like hammers and like axes and like swords and shit. You're telling me you got fucking firearms? What the fuck? How the fuck do you manage that? You met the level, gotcha. It's good shit. The second season, you know, this season has been good up to this point. I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes and hoping for a nice, satisfying conclusion, you know? Which is about what you want from, like, you know, season 2 of a thing. Eh! Was there a checkpoint? There was not a checkpoint, so there was no refresh of lives. Dang, Joe. Let's, maybe we can do it again. If you want to resubmit, go ahead. I'm going to hit next. Luce is up. Luce already, has been chatting. Has been good for it. No CP, level is short. Gotcha. Well, maybe we can do it another time. You know, hey, feel free to resubmit, and I'll give it another crack when you come up. Another card. So today, before this stream, I actually spent a couple hours, you know, you know, after, like, doing some calls and applying for some jobs and stuff, you know, dealing with recruiters and shit. I spent a couple hours watching a bunch of the episodes of anime that are like new shows that I haven't like tried out yet. And I got through all of them except for a short anime that I didn't find time for. So let's just rapid fire go through a whole bunch of ones that I caught the first episode of and either thought was okay or dropped entirely. The Vexations of a Shut-In Vampire Princess. Concept of this one is you got a vampire princess. She's been made into the general of an army. And she's really weak, and she knows, like, oh, if people find out I'm weak, they're going to overthrow me. So I don't want that. That's gonna suck. So she just has to, like, posture and pretend as if she's really, really powerful. And she's kind of cute, which is fun. She's a cute character. There's some characters who are a little overly ornery for her. You know, these characters are all ladies, so, you know, maybe you're alright with that. Maybe that's, like, a trope where you say, like, okay, so long as the people who are ornery are ladies, it's cool. What the? Okay. We gotta get some 10 coins. We can use the doors to reset things. And we want to use it before... Oh, jeez. Oh, we got a mushroom, so that's good. Anyway, show seems fun. It's cute. It's, relatively straightforward. Relatively, other than, like, a few characters who are, like, problem characters, you know, like a little overly horny. The show seems pretty nice and fun and light, and, I'll say it kind of like diffuses its like tension by the end of the episode because it reveals that, slight spoiler, no one can die in this world, so you know it's not like death is a big deal, and the only thing that if she got like overthrown would happen is she would just be like mildly inconvenienced for a second, which, you know, doesn't sound like a big deal to me, but it's fun and light, and I think it could be good. I think it could be pretty good. I'm looking forward to seeing, like, what comes of it, and, like, how exactly the Princess Queen continues to, like, bluff her way between being stronger than she is. It has potential. I'm gonna watch more of it. That's what I'll say about the vexations of a shut-in vampire princess. Yeah, it sets no stakes. Like, the stakes is she doesn't want to die, not because if you die you're dead, but because dying seems unpleasant. Which, okay, you know, I guess. It's cute. I think that show is cute. I heard someone say that if you're gonna watch one show this season that's about a vampire princess of a fallen kingdom, that one's not the one to watch. I don't know what the fuck they were talking about, though, because I can think of no other anime that fits that description. I don't know what anime they were talking about other than Vexations. I'll do another one real quick. Watch the first episode of My New Boss is Goofy. Watched some of this and then dropped it pretty quickly. It seems alright. The basic concept is that main guy is like an office worker who switched jobs, you know, and his new boss is like a nice guy. His old boss was like abusive and he didn't like that. And he is just kind of acclimatizing to having a boss who is nice and is not like a dick. I feel like the premise is like giving itself a lot of credits, if that makes sense. Like, the boss is just a nice guy. He's just a normal guy. Maybe a little bit like, you know, clumsy in ways, but he's not really that unusual or that, like, much of a goof, you know? And as a result, I found it to be a little bit on the boring side and, honestly, just didn't feel like going all the way through it. Probably fine, but not anything that really, presses me. Is it a problem if I get this one too soon? Yeah, it might be. Yes, it is. Oh, damn it. Oh, bother. That's something that Winnie the Pooh says. I didn't ride the Winnie the Pooh ride. I don't know why I'm thinking about the things that Winnie the Pooh says while I was at Disney World. Kids' rides were not a priority. We had the idea, but we must honor the lightning round rules, and we're all out of tries, but Luce is the only one in queue right now, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to play another level of Luce's. That's how we've been doing things recently, as like a, you know, a punishment for failure. So, you know, so long as the queue is empty. The lightning round has to mean something. It can't mean nothing. But, I think this is better than just playing some levels of my own. You know, which is the previous thing that I did. Also, when we do last calls, I'm gonna play a bunch of my own levels anyway, so there's already a section of the stream for that, basically. This seems just like to be a mild, pretty cool little, level with a good variety of, like, funny little bits, funny little ideas. Another card! Watch the first episode of A Returner's Magic Should Be Special. That's right, it is your first level. Luce bits. I was really bored watching The Returner's Magic Should Be Special. Like, it starts with like a big anime fight against a big dragon who is done in CG and looks horrific. Who looks like really shitty. Really didn't like seeing that CG dragon. And then, main character, they gets like reincarnated or something, gets sent back to the past. Whatever, man. At that point, I just really couldn't give a shit, and I said like, okay. Feel like I've watched enough anime this season. The first 10 minutes put me to sleep. That's enough of a reason not to watch it. You know? It's just a bunch of really basic, borderline, like, oh, we're fighting a dragon and we're throwing our magic attacks at him. And it's just like, nothing happens for like 5 minutes other than like colored lights go off. And it's just like, what's going on? You know, I'll say recently I've maybe more than I should. I sometimes play some Marvel Snap and like read a line and then look down and read a line and look down, you know? And I felt like I forgot I was watching an anime. I forgot I was watching an anime watching that show. And was just like, wait, what did I miss? I feel like I haven't gotten anything in the last 5 minutes. And then I like looked back and realized like, oh, it was nothing. Nothing happened in the last 5 minutes other than like colored lights got thrown at a dragon. Back to Reset Bastion. Back to Reset Bastion. Let's do it. And by the way, anyone, feel free to put in more levels. I'd appreciate it. That'd be lovely. Another card. Watched part of the first episode of Buta Reba. I'm not going to count that one. Buta Reba, the story of a man turned into a pig. This one takes a while to set things up, set up what it's all about, but it's pretty much exactly what it says. A man gets turned into a pig, and he just is a pig. And he, like, you know, sees a pretty anime lady, and he's like, awooga, you know? He's like, oh, wow, this, ooh, what the hell? Once he figures out he's a pig, he's, like, a little distressed about it. Well, that's not such a big deal. He's just a pig, you know? He's running around doing pig stuff. And also, it turns out the lady is, like, telepathic, and she can hear him think, even though he's a pig. Which is weird. I feel like if you're gonna make someone a pig, making the main another character, like, be able to telepathically understand him, like, immediately, takes a lot of the trouble out of being a pig, you know? Like, she's immediately like, oh, you're not a pig, you're a human. Let me treat you as one. Immediately. And it's just like, well, what the fuck is the point of him being a pig other than it lets him play out some, like, vaguely sexual fantasy? Which, yeah, that seems to be the point. That he gets to play out a vaguely sexual fantasy. Not my vaguely sexual fantasy, so whatever. You know, I would say it's a show that is not my jam. And yeah. It's like alright. It is so weird. It is so weird. You know what? I shouldn't say it's alright. I should say it's like whatever. You know, I feel like a lot of the fun that you could have with that scenario is taken out by the specificity of, oh, she's telepathic and we're in a fantasy world, and she understands you perfectly, and also, she's not, like, skeeved out by you being, like, horny, or thinking things like, man, I would like to see up her skirt. And then realizing, like, wait, you're telepathic, you could hear everything I was thinking? Yeah, and I'm not bothered by it. You want to see me naked? I'm okay with that. Like, yeah, but also, probably not. No, it'd be weird if you just did that. Actually, okay. And it's like, what the fuck? You know, it's just weird, is my main takeaway. No? You hate animes like that? Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the one where the guy became a dog. Except in that one, it was like just clearly only for fetish purposes. You know, no one could understand him. You know what I mean? Clearly just fetish purposes. Not that one. I didn't watch much of that one. I watched enough of it to know that, like, okay, this isn't my thing. That's not my thing. You know. You got shivers, you saw, like, a clip of that on YouTube? Yeah, that's some weird shit. Not my kink. Not my kink. Are we good to go on the big mushroom? I'm going to assume yes and carry on. Oh, I should get that key and that coin. Good, okay, we were good. We need to go to the other side to do one more thing as big. I'm not sure if there's another thing in the progression here. Fuck! At that point, I should have ran to the light. Ran to the right. We were doing really good. We were doing really good there, but we ran out, which means that we'll switch gears for a second, as before, and we'll do another level from Luce. Again, yeah, we should re-enter doors. I wanted to enter a door, I just really didn't. It really didn't come to me. How about we do Oil Ocean Zone this time? That sounds fun. Let's do that. Also, hey, here's another card. I watched the first episode of I Shall Survive using potions. I shall survive using potions. What? Huh? What? What the fuck? I died. Okay, don't do that. What? I shall survive using potions. It's an isekai. Main character dies. She's like an office worker or some such. And, she gets a overpowered power, but basically lets her make whatever potions she pleases, with whatever effects she, wants. Turns out she's reincarnated into a world that really doesn't have that much magic. You know, less than she was expecting. You know, magic does exist, but it's rare enough where people don't see it ever in their lives. And even what magic exists is pretty weak. And, you know, she turns out her cheat abilities are, like, beyond the pale. And, she's gonna have to try to hide them. Fortunately, because she let herself have, like, you know, really powerful potions that just do whatever she wants, she basically has, like, a very, very, very versatile bag of tricks, which will probably let her get out of whatever trouble she gets herself in with, you know, impossibly good potions, basically. Which is fun. It's fun to see her get into trouble. It's fun to see her get out of trouble. Using those same, like, overpowered potions. And she's a fun character, and, there's a little bit of, there's a little bit of, like, she's like a good negotiator. She negotiates all these, like, you know, oh, I want to have, the ability to make whatever potion I please, and, you know, and also I don't want to deal with bottles, so what if I could just summon the bottles as well? Okay, sure, whatever. Oh, and also I need an item box, and, give me one more thing as well. And it's kind of funny in that respect. Shit, we ran out. Let's head back to the other level, I guess. This is good, though. Does it have weird stuff? Not really. Seems pretty wholesome so far. It actually is like, weirdly, there's like a whole scene in the first episode where, like, after the main character dies, she gets to, say goodbye to, all of her friends and family from life in a dream before she heads off to the fantasy world, which is interesting way to do that, you know? Hey. Deals with the fact that she'll never see any of those people again, I guess, which is, you know, a lot more human than you typically get, you know? Usually you don't get that sort of thing, and if you do, it's, like, very rare. Like, the only thing I can think of is, like, that does it quite like that is like, ReZero does a bit in, like, the second season that is, like, one of the best episodes of ReZero. You know, I say Season 2, though I'm not sure Season 2 is as strong as Season 1 of ReZero. It does have some of the best episodes and the best individual, like, sections. Anyway, I think it's a really fun and light isekai so far. Very promising. I'm thinking it's good. I'm thinking it's a winner. I think it's good. The main character is cute, and you know, she has a very versatile power set that's gonna allow her to get, you know, both into trouble and out of trouble, which seems good to me. What am I doing wrong here? This time I need to go to side. Feel like I'm doing in loops. What's the name again? I Will Survive Using Potions. I think it's on Crunchyroll. Can't really think of anything that's fun, that's high dive this season. Very few shows are. I think like Vexations is high dive. Vexation, Princess, Vampire. But like that's just one. And there might be like one more or something. Crunchyroll got a lot this season. Which, you know, hey, they usually do, but still. What am I doing wrong? Jesus. I'm just going in circles. Oh, right, I already got the mushroom, so I need to use the mushroom now. That's right. That's the mistake I'm making. So first here. Okay, with this key. We don't need the key to get into the door that we need to go into next. We just need time. And we can get it by going through this door. And that'll also give us the fire flower, which will let us get to a number of new areas a second. Go and do this. Another card. I got a couple more. I watched the first episode of Protocol Rain. I'll say, a lot of these anime were easy to fit into one day, or like, you know, a couple hours before the stream, considering that I did not watch all of them. I did not watch all of the first episode of shows such as Protocol Rain, which, to my mind, seems as though someone wished on a monkey's paw to have an anime that treats esports realistically. And the monkey's paw says, yes, we will treat the esportsmen as they are in life, you know. They'll be playing games and stuff in a normal manner. But also the game will look like absolute shit. And the scenes in the game will look like they're just like Mishima. You know, it'll just look like the Halo show from 30 years ago. Where it's just like, people like going like, hello, I'm talking, hello. And it's just like, oh my god, this is the worst CG I've seen in the time. And also, yeah, it's just a video game. It's just a video game. The parts outside the video game seem borderline fine, I guess. I don't know. I just don't like to look at the video game, and it seems like that show is going to be about them playing the video game, so a lot of it is going to be them in that game doing stuff, you know. Have to pass on that. And honestly, I feel like I'm just about reached my capacity as far as anime this season goes, so, you know, I gotta pick and choose. And probably also, like, cut 6 or so of the ones that I watched and said, like, yeah, this is, like, okay, you know? Oh, this seems borderline fine. I could watch this. Like, no. You probably should limit to the ones where I want to watch it. That said, I do have time right now, so I might as well watch more anime, I guess. Whatever, it's better to pick and choose your battles more carefully. No. Here we go. I figured this out. Look, check this out. Get some time to do this. We got 100 seconds left. That's no good. Eh. No, no, no! Tell me this, is the last key, the last coin, like in the last room or something? Or do I need to scour this room for whatever I'm missing here? No, okay, okay. It's not over there. In fact, I can see over there. I can see visually It's not over there, so yeah. Go to the left. You should check out the start. Oh, don't tell me. Did I miss the one at the very start? No, I didn't. Okay, I did. Oh, right. Here it is. Found it. Perfect. 50 seconds left. Where's the thing? It was a key door. It was a key door that we were looking for. That was near the start. Right, okay. Key door here. 20 seconds. We can make it. We can make it, folks. I think we did it. Hell yeah, we did it. Good shit. We had 16 seconds left. Fantastic. I'm gonna hit complete. Ooh. Feel free to submit again, Luce. Let me do a couple more cards real fast. Maybe we can get through all these animes, like, right here. There wasn't that many more that I watched. I watched the first episode of Tear Moon Empire. Premise of that is that, a princess gets, like, French Revolutioned, and, you know, she gets her head chopped off, and then she wakes up, like, 5 years earlier, before the French Revolution happens, and, you know, she's very cute as a kid, and she has to figure out, like, you know, wait, what the fuck? How am I gonna, like, prevent, you know, myself from being, French executed, you know? Which is kind of a fun concept, seems pretty good, and it's, kind of neat insofar as, like, oh yeah, you can see her, like, pretty quickly changing her ways from, like, however she was in the past, right? You know, immediately being like, well, hang on, do people not like me? You know, or in eating, like, the food and being like, you know what, this is so much better than prison food, oh my god. Like, I don't know why I wasn't nicer to these people before, actually. You're actually nice to me, and I should really have appreciated you more. And, you know, it's kind of nice to see a formerly spoiled princess kind of change her ways in response to realizing, like, oh, I'm gonna be, like, on the negative side. Last season, there was like an isekai anime about, like, a girl who got reincarnated into the villainess and sort of, like, was just, like, grappling with the like, regrets of things that the villainess didn't even do in the time that she lived as her, you know? Just basically that character thinking, like, oh my god, this character would have originally done this really horrible, evil thing. And I'm just sitting there thinking, like, well, you didn't do that thing because you reincarnated into her instead. And also that thing is never going to happen, so why are you guilty about something that never happened and will never happen? And I said at the time, it would be cool if, instead of, like, a random Japanese person getting reincarnated into this princess, it was, like, the villainess herself being reincarnated into that position. And, well, Tear Moon is basically that. It's basically that, though she never considered herself the villainess. She just considered herself a rather blithe princess. But, you know, she's making good. She's trying to figure out, like, how to stop things from turning to shit, and it seems fun. It seems good, and I'm interested in where it's going. That one's a winner. I think 2 more. Your stream lagged? Very good. Kawagoe, Boys Sing Now or Never. Watch part of this. It's an anime about a choir club. It starts off with a whole lot of singing in English, and, you know, like for like literal minutes, and I just can't, you know, like I don't know. I'm just not in the mood to listen to someone sing like Swing Low Sweet Chariots, you know? It's like, okay, I know this song. It's fine. It's good. You're singing it well. I don't know. Maybe because I tried out like literally 6 other anime today, but I was really not in the mood. And you know, I think it's an average of like 3.4 on Crunchyroll, like probably one of the lower ranked shows of the season. And I was just like, I'm just not feeling it. I just dropped it like immediately. Too much singing. Too much singing. Stop singing. Do more like plot stuff. Introduce the characters before you have them sing at me, okay? Just tell me what their deal is and why I should care. That to me seems like the first thing to do. And finally, I watched the first episode of Stardust Telepath, which is about... I'll say this. It's cute girls doing stuff. It's a slice of life. It's a slice of life and it's good. Mostly, it seems like a slice of life. Could also be Yuri. If it's Yuri, that's not a problem. I'm happy with that. I would like that as well, but it's been a fucking long time since there was a good slice of life anime. Actually, it's been like multiple seasons since there was a plain and simple slice of life anime, and Stardust Telepath seems like a slice of life anime. The gimmick, the concept is that there's a shy girl, as she kind of wants just to meet an alien. And, also then an alien appears, and she can, like, telepathically communicate with the shy girl, which, you know, helps her to open up. It's nice, it's cute, it's earnest, the characters are likable, it's fun. And I hope that it's like a slice of life. It could also be Yuri. You know what? Those characters, they get kind of close. You know, they have to, like, touch foreheads to, like, telepathically communicate. So, you know, that's, like, very adjacent to Yuri. There was a moment in that episode where I was like, is she going in for a kiss? Is she going in for a kiss? And it's like, oh no, she's going in for forehead touch. Okay, okay. But it looked like a kiss for a second there, so maybe more of a Yuri, but it's definitely the closest thing to slice of life, since, like, yeah, do it yourself is maybe the last good and decent slice of life that wasn't, like, horny or weird or, you know, something else of the sort, you know? I loved Do It Yourself, by the way. That was great. Great show. I loved when the main character kept saying, like, do it yourself! And, like, giving a thumbs up. Every time she did that, it was very funny. Also, her name is, like, Dua Yourselfu. Her name is, like... Isn't her name... Her name is a total pun. It's great. That was, like, the last pure and innocent slice of life. You could maybe classify, what was that called? You could also maybe classify... What the fuck was that? Did y'all hear that? My phone just made a weird noise. Don't know what that was. Oh, I think my Notes app suddenly has sound effects. That's not good. It shouldn't do that. I think that was my Notes, my list app. That's not good. I don't want it to make noises. That's bad, actually. I'll give it a talking to, and also put my phone on silent. That'll help. You could also say, Onimai. Onimai, I'm now your sister, is also like, was like the next closest thing to a slice of life anime in the last year, you know, and that was like 2 seasons ago. But also it was like very like dirty in a very odd way, but you know, it was also fucking really good, so go figure. But, you know, it's been a long time since there's been a pure, innocent slice of life. And I'm really happy to see one. Really happy to see one. I'm gonna do this one next level, which is from, of course, Luce, and then we're going to go into last calls and look to wrap up. I'm happy to have gotten through all those cards. I sort of watched a lot of anime in the last, hours before the stream, and I was a little worried, like, going through them all, like, one after another, Is it gonna be too much? And I think the answer is, yes, it was too much, but what are you gonna do? That's how much anime came out since the last time you had a chance to really talk to it. And I do like to talk about every anime that I'm watching, every anime that I'm trying, I like to do the thing where I, find diamonds in the rough and watch a show that no one's talking about and, see that it's cool. I will say, since I was on vacation, I did very much focus on the ones I expected to be, like, actual winners for a bit. Just watching the shows that are returning that I knew was already going to be good. And also 100 Girlfriends, which I will say, by the way, of 100 Girlfriends, it is so good. While I was in Disney World, I did totally pull up the first episode again on my phone, and I, like, rewatched it while, like, waiting in the lines and such. And it was damn good a second time, just as good a second time as it was the first time. I would say maybe I could have watched more anime from, like, the lines in Disney World, but I don't know. I feel like I want the first time I watch any show to be, like, free of distractions, The second time, I'm okay, like, just, like, and I say, like, the second time as if it's a thing that I do all the time, like, no. Like, it is very rare that I rewatch a show, like, right after. Like, Bocchi the Rock was when I did that, like, it's like once, twice a year that I have the urge to just, like, yeah, I'm gonna watch that again. Play that over, And I suppose it was helped by, me wanting to, like, do something while I was in queue, and also not do an anime that I haven't seen yet, and I didn't want to do it. You need to rewatch Bocchi the Rock? I need to rewatch Bocchi the Rock. Bocchi the Rock was phenomenal. My anime of the year last year. I'll say again, girlfriend, phenomenal. You know what? I'll also, maybe I could say at this time, talk to some other anime real fast. I will also say Freeran this season, phenomenal. That one's about a elf, like, immortal elf who, like, is dealing with mortality for the first time. The first 4 episodes of that aired all at once, and, now there's a 5th episode, and I think a 6th episode also probably aired today. Haven't seen it yet. Again, sort of strapped for time. Sort of really behind on all this shit due to vacation, due to travel. Hi, which song is better? Break My Mind from FNAF4 or Monster Girls by Rebirth? I don't think I've ever heard either song. I'm not really a songs person. I don't know what FNAF stands for, actually. I think the last time I listened to a new album was, like, Emotion, Side B, like, nearly 10 years ago. So, I'm not, like, up with that shit. I'm not counting anime music. I listen to a lot of anime music, I will say. But that's a different kettle of fish, Bro forgot Freddy Fazbear? I don't know who that is. Wait, is that Five Nights at Freddy's? Oh, isn't that what that stands for? Five Nights at Freddy's? Never played it. And Rebirth is another game. Never played that either. Not really a big, like, horror person, I will say. Not really a big horror fan. Couldn't do that. I'm gonna dismiss it, and folks, we're gonna go into last calls for levels. last calls for levels. Go ahead and get any levels you have in right now. Now is the time to get levels in. After I play a couple of my own levels, like say 4 of them, we will be closing the queue. Rebirth is not a game, it's actually an artist. I thought it was an artist in the first place, but okay. That's gotcha. Not really a music person. I'm gonna play a handful of my own levels, and during this time, y'all can get in any last levels you have, please do, and then I will play through them, and then the stream is gonna end, and we will do some sort of raid, and that'll be how we do things, as we do things every week when I do these streams. You know, it's sort of the standard protocol. The thing I've been doing recently is playing like a series of my own levels. Last time we did this series here, which was sort of the 3D, was sort of the levels I made that were remakes of older levels. This time, I'm gonna play 3D World Tour. Sort of like the next best thing to travel. This whole was my first, like, dalliance into 3D World using that theme. And I did 4 levels in a row, all of them, like, vaguely themed around, like, travel. Like, if you read the description of this one, this, by the way, is my most popular level, by the way. This here is my most popular level, most likes. Mint Chocolate Mountain rocks? I agree with that. That's true, Lucé Bits. This one is, like, basically the idea is, like, it's a festival where the extending blocks are doing stuff, and you can, like, ground pound stuff to, like, you know, extend things. Sort of inspired by whatchamacallit, Rocket Barrel Ride from DKC3. The one where you ride rocket barrels up. Not the one where you... Not Rocket Rush, Rocket Barrel Ride. Specifically. My take on, like, a waterfall level, I suppose. I sort of tried to structure it similar to that. Maybe we'll do Mint Chocolate Mountain next week. That was a good series. That was, like, my first series of levels after I did a bunch of weird stuff, you know? That was, like, you know, falling into a normal pattern at that point, rather than just like, oh, here's 4 levels, here's, like, 4 levels here, here's 4 remix. Now it's time to just do, like, regular-ass stuff, you know? I love Mint Chocolate Mountain as well, I'll say. Anyway, I was going to say earlier, one other show I would recommend is 16-Bit Sensation, Another Layer. Basically, the concept is that a Bishoujo game developer from, like, 2023, you know, present day, gets, like, sent back in time, you know, time slipped, whatever, back to 1992, and has to, like, develop, you know, Bishoujo games back in the era of Bishoujo games, you know? Which is fun. It's a fun premise for a time travel type anime, and the main character is just, like, hilarious. She is a total zoomer, influencer, TikToker type character, and the way that she is, like, constantly spouting modern lingo back in 1992 is hilarious. I saw this line in particular come up, and I had to, like, forget where it is on my thing. Maybe it's here? No, maybe it's here. No, it's, here it is. There's a point where she sees an old computer in the second episode, and she says, "That old computer still works! Pog!" And you gotta remember, she is in 1992. No one knows what the fuck Pog means, but she says it anyway, and it's fucking good. I think technically she says something in Japanese that is like modern lingo, but I think the translation of it to Pog is absolutely hilarious, and I would not change a thing. She is absolutely just, like, spouting as many, like, modern terms as possible. She is also just, like, the most brainwormed character I have ever seen in, like, an anime. Like, she has total Twitter brainworms, like. She spends a good amount of the first episode. There's a scene where she's on a train, and she's just, like, scrolling Twitter, going like, Oh man, that's a pretty lady. That's a pretty drawing of a lady. Have a like. Oh, I like that drawing as well. Have a like as well. It's just like, yeah, that's how you scroll Twitter. I have never seen a more realistic depiction of scrolling Twitter in my goddamn life. What is the name of this anime? 16-bit sensation, another layer. It's on Crunchyroll. It's quite good. I'm way into it. I like that character, it turns out. That sort of like TikTok influencer gremlin zoomer character. Rent-A-Girlfriend also had one of those in its 3rd season, and she was like the best thing ever. I really loved her in that season, and yeah. This whole level is a downhill level, by the way. Involves some sliding, but also in the second half it shifts over to more just like falling with style, which I think is a really cool, like, you know, change of pace. My levels, I'm always like a big believer in changing things up at a certain point. You know, changing things up after the halfway point, either mixing in new elements or doing something unexpected, you know, taking a big left turn, etc. Either a big change or a little change, either way, something has to change at the halfway point in order to, like, you know, keep things interesting. At least that's the way I feel about level design, you know. This is Tiger Bite Bayou. Really cool little bayou here. Uses bonsai builds and also has a bit where you can pick up some stuff and you know, these POW blocks and use them to get through areas if you were to save them as such. Like here, you can just go through that area rather than going for the swim. This is also the first time I used a hybrid water level in Mario Maker 2. You know, or also in general because it wasn't in Mario Maker 1, you know. Big emphasis on block destruction here. Really happy with how this whole series turned out. Pretty solid one. Yes, I agree. I especially like how you can like jump out of the water and like use that to like you know, kill some of these guys or otherwise get over some enemies like this, see? There's some nice speed tech you can do in this one. Was very much inspired by like Lakeside Limbo type levels, you know, boardwalk levels of DKC3 for this one. For the last one, Parachute Panic was a big influence on that one. Hey, MP Kevin, you came at the right time. We are in last calls. I'm just gonna play 2 more levels here, and then we'll go to finish out any levels that are in queue right about now. This level is a lava level where the lava is rising and you have to, like, you know, outrun it. So, you know, sort of a slime climb. And also it sort of becomes a Castle Crush in the second half. With this one, my main, like, point of inspiration here was to make it so that these blinking blocks constrain the player and make it so they can't proceed until the lava is basically on their heels. That said, after this point, you're basically free to just, like, you know, get ahead of the lava, and you probably will once you start bouncing, which is fine. That's fun, you know. It releases the tension and makes for a fun little end of the level, you know. Finally, in the second half, I say finally, the second half is more about, like, riding blocks, which I thought was a cool thing to do in the level. I feel like some of the timing here is a little bit awkward. Like, I don't go the other path these days because I find it to be a little too tight for my taste. But, you know, it's sort of the optional hard path, so I guess it's supposed to be a little bit tight. I feel like I might have overdone it a little bit. Made the level. Yes, I'm playing a couple of my own levels while we are in last calls, while I am buying time a little bit for people to get in any final levels that they may have. And once you got to the top, there's some cool clouds, and that's just for atmosphere. Just to be like, hey, you know, you climbed all the way to the top. User ID, look at the bottom left of the screen. It's always right there. Also, you could look at, like, you could scroll down, you know, and my, like, Twitch information has all that information on it, as well as my, like, YouTube bio. If anyone were to be watching the VOD later on, it would be there. That is the end of that series, though I will say I will play one more 3D World level, which is this one, which later on I would consider this one to be sort of an extension of that series. This being bonus stage Boards the Blocks. This was obviously inspired by you know, Smash Brothers Board the Platform, but also I kind of wanted to make a 20-second level that was a bit like a DKC bonus level, where the goal was to, like, you know, do all of a thing, in addition to, like, you know, in addition to, like, surviving or something, or getting through. You have Luigi U levels. They're more like 20-second levels. I would actually, like, characterize these levels as more being, like, what levels these are as being more like 20-second levels, but through the lens of, like, a Donkey Kong Country minigame. You know, a bonus level. You know, you have an objective, you have a clear condition, you have to do it in the time. But I make sure that they're doable within 20 seconds if you're playing, like, really fast. And that was the first time I experimented with that. I had done clear conditions before, back in, like, Delfino Plaza Bowling and Baddies, but that one was really long by comparison. Well, the world record is 30 seconds, but honestly, like, a regular playtime would be more like a minute, more like 45 seconds, which I found, you know, you can tell it's less popular than any of the levels, like, just next to it. You know, you could tell, like, it just was a lot less successful at the time. I feel like people, clear condition levels, they're a harder sell than most levels. You know? Harder to sell because they're harder, and they're less forgiving, and you can have no checkpoint. After that point, I think, like, every clear condition level I've done has been, like, 20 seconds, or something around there, you know? Which has been a good way of doing it, I found. Of course, you know, always, do whatever works best for you. Do, you know, whatever you have found that works best for your style of making, that you are finding that people are liking. You know, it's all subjective, it's all a thing, but that's the solutions that I have come upon. Okay, it's time to close the queue and do the thing. I'm going to hit next, I'm going to close the queue, and I'm going to get that last call thing down. Luce Bits is here, fantastic. Let's go ahead and play this level. Is this the same one as before? We finished the last one, right? No, actually, we did finish the last one, right? I forget. Let's see if we've seen this one before, if this is, No, okay, we finished the one before the last one, and then we failed on... Right, it was the Chain Chomp. It was the Chain Chomp deal. But this is a different one. This is new. Okay, cool. Let's do it. It was the Chain Chomp dealy-do. We got 5 tries, refreshing at checkpoints. As per lightning round rules, I will say, for those who don't know, lightning round is something we do towards the end of the stream. You know, usually the last 2 hours or so, maybe 3 hours in some cases. Sometimes the lightning round lasts like most of the stream, honestly, but it's fun, so it's a fun mode to be in, so, you know, I think it's fine. I think it's good. Sometimes that the lightning round lasts a long time. If you have levels that are, like, really suited to, like, not the lightning round, you can always show up in the first half of a stream, you know, the first, like, hour or two, And if you show up early enough, you're probably gonna, you know, be able to get the normal part of the stream where we, you know, we take as much time as it takes, or rather, up to 15 minutes, precisely. This is pretty cool. I like the progression of it, you know, and it's all timed out really well in order to be like somewhat harrowing if you're not like making moves super fast. Also, like, eminently doable. No, I feel like even if I died, even if I were to die on, say, that excitement, that excitement mark block, I would probably get it on the second try, which, you know, would be nice. Would be good. Split path? What's the deal here? Oh, not a split path, just an item. Okay, cool. I like your use of the, of Magic Koopas. Magic Koopas, underrated enemy, you know, underused. I feel like more Magic Koopas could be in levels. Could I lure the Magic Koopas to, like, shoot at stuff? Thank you for the follow, Johnstum. Fuck! Johnstum. By the way, I will say, Johnstum, I already closed the queue, but, for new viewers, I don't mind reopening it and letting y'all get in one. If you have a level for me, just let me know and I will open the queue for you. Just say the word and you got it. And I will say, you know, for those who have already had a level in, you know, honor system here. Just let the new viewer get one in. That would be best, you know. Up to you, Johnstum, if you're, you got one. Or have we already played one from Johnstum today? Was Johnstum one we played earlier? I don't remember a Johnstum. So I think new. Again, say the word and you got it. John. But you're gonna have to say a word, you know. This is cool. You think you have to use the dry bones, but it turns out the exclamation mark blocks are just at the right level for that to work out. Those Magic Koopas are like perfectly placed. That's lovely. Really great use of the creepers. Just really, they make great obstacles in this, and especially like paired with the cannon helmets. I think that's rad. I probably need to run back and get, like, a thing. But also, what if I just did that? Hey. Thank you for the follow, nonetheless, I'll say, hey, whether or not you're getting a level in. Of course, it's not a requirement for viewers to get levels in. That'd be silly. You know, that'd be silly if I were to, like, demand everyone get in a level. Get in a level or get out. Like, no, that's... No one would say that. That'd be absurd. That'd be ridiculous. But, you know, if you do have one and you want to get it in, just say the word and you got it. Again, no pressure. No pressure. Let me be clear. That's great. That's a great little moment. some upward extendo. Extendo, sorry, that's why I called it high level. Excitement mark block. That just really rolls off the tongue, don't it? Excitement mark block. They should really have named that something else. It really needs like a cool name. Ow! Crap. I didn't jump. Feel like we almost did it in like very nearly one set. One life there. It's fine, we'll get it this time. Okay, there's a mushroom. Need this mushroom to go. Wait, that's just for a bonus. We go down here. It's interesting in this level, it seems like if you come from the checkpoint. If you come from the checkpoint, you have to go a little farther. Then, you know, you have to like double back a bit. Which is a good bit of design, I think. I've done that in like 1 or 2 of my own levels. And I think it's a neat thing to like pull on the player just to be like, yeah, you know, you get a little bit extra punishment for like, you know, restarting from a checkpoint. You have to go back and do a thing now. Not a big deal, it's just a nice little touch. Makes it a little more punishing to die. In a way that I think is like, you know, can be interesting. Bah! I nearly didn't jump there because the platform stopped being bouncy. You know, it really threw me. Okay, just need to do this. Damn it. Instead of landing on that platform, what if instead I landed on this platform and then shot these 2 guys from there from safe vantage points? We got it this time. Last stretch, maybe? Question mark? Very good. Oh, I think the intent here... Oh, I could have landed. The intent here is to, like, slide down the side. Like this. Oh, damn it. The intent here is to slide down the side and then jump from here. That works pretty well. Didn't realize that was, how... I don't think I realized before that that was the intent. I got this, yeah. Beautiful. And hey, we were able to get to the top thing even without a helmet. Also, one was being delivered behind us as we, like, ended. Very good. Thank you for the level. That was quite good. You got some real good ones. GG says, MP Kelvin. I believe your level is up next, yeah? Let me see. I'm going to hit complete. Was it MP Kevin who had the other one? Or was it, yes, MP Kevin. Perfect. You are here. If you're not here, we still play the level, by the way, but we do so in sudden death, which means only 2 tries. So that's how I sort of compromise between prioritizing the people who are here and, you know, playing more levels. I will also say, outside of the lightning round, I do like a timer rather than limited lives, which is, you know, also fun, but I like towards the end to keep things moving and to make it so that, you know, no one has to wait that long for the level to come up, you know. There'll be no, like, super long waits once the lightning round begins. Pretty much, pretty usually, you know. Lightning round's a good time of the stream. I'll say that much. Oh, hell. I see how this works. It's like a Monty Mole situation. Okay, it's an auto scroller. Red coin's optional. Thank you for the pointer. That'll help a lot. This is a cool idea. Yeah, I agree. I'm just gonna not get the red coins on account of the lives situation. Oh shit, I just remembered. There was totally a level where I was supposed to read the description earlier. Does anyone remember what... Was that one of yours, Lucy? If that was one of yours, do, like, shout out what it said, because I totally forgot to read it. I totally forgot. You have to remind me of these things, like, when I actually finish it, because it's, you know, it's often, like, minutes later, you know? My memory, I forget things. Jeez, that's a tough jump. Ooh. We got 2 tries left, folks. I'm hoping to get through, but that one jump is just killing me. Like, everything else seems very, very doable. We can't, like, jump directly from this one to that one, right? We definitely have to jump to the middle one. Okay. Last try here. And again, I will say, even if I can't can't complete a level during a stream, doesn't mean you can't resubmit it another time. Or if the stream weren't ending, fuck! Doesn't mean you can resubmit it, like, during the same stream, if that stream were not about to end. However, you know, we weren't able to do it. Not this time. Folks! Let me just, wrap up here. That has been a little bit of a viewer level stream, as per usual. I'm gonna pull up the schedule. There it is. I'll be back on Monday, playing more, Twilight Princess. I've gotten past the 3rd dungeon. There's gonna be some plot stuff that happens in the forest. And I don't know, maybe we'll get to the 4th dungeon. I wouldn't set my heart on it. I think there's a lot of plot stuff that's going to happen before any, like, dungeon stuff, happens, you know? But we'll see on Monday how much we do and how far we get, whatever. Thursday I'm thinking some sort of, like, Mario Wonder stream. Maybe also Spider-Man 2. I'm not sure, like, how that's gonna work out timing-wise, but that's gonna be so good. Yeah, I'm excited for it as well. I will say, if Spider-Man unlocks, like, earlier than Mario Wonder, I would love to spend, like, 1 or 2 hours with Spider-Man before Mario Wonder unlocks. But if it turns out they unlock at the same time, maybe we'll do it on Friday instead, and we'll move viewer levels to Thursdays instead. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I've seen some sources, if you Google, like, when does Spider-Man 2 unlock, saying, like, oh, it unlocks at Australia midnight. And I've seen other sources saying, like, it unlocks at New York midnight, like everything else. Like everything else that's normal. So, I guess we'll see when it unlocks. I would love to have it be like, okay, I'm gonna play some Spider-Man 2, get that out of the way. And then when Wonder comes out being like, okay, yeah, it's all Wonder. It's all Wonder from here on out. Fuck the Spider-Man. Get out of here, Spider-Man. Get, you know? And, that'll be a whole thing, you know? Otherwise, maybe we'll do it on Friday and I'll play, like, a bunch of Mario Wonder and then switch over to Spider-Man 2 after for, like, an hour or 2. You know, see the start of that game. I will say, I'm not going to stream that whole game, either of those games, wholly. I'm just going to stream, like, the start of it, you know, see my first impressions. With new games, I think I like to do that. I like to play just, like, you know, a single stream's worth, and then otherwise do it off-stream. I don't want to schedule all the time that I play Mario Wonder. That would be so crushing. I want to just play that game, like, tons of it, you know? I just want to play it all the way, like, immediately. You know what I mean? Let me go ahead and do the raid. Let me see who's online right now. Some folk are streaming. A lot of folk are playing video games right now on twitch.tv. How about I send you over to, I don't know what, Altered Mentality is playing. Oh, wait, she's playing Turok. Her stream is called Turok Air Treat. Sure, let's go with that. That's fine. That's good. I like to raid people I haven't raided in a while, and I don't think I've raided her in a while. That sounds like a good thing. I just realized my mouse isn't here. I can't hit the, execute raid button from here. Can I do it from here, though? Yes, okay, I can do it from my phone. Perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night, obviously. I hope y'all enjoyed the stream. I will be back next week on Monday for Twilight Princess, continuing that. Thursday, maybe will be Mario Wonder and Spider-Man, or maybe viewer levels on Thursdays. But if that's not the case, viewer levels will be on Fridays, as per usual, 6 p.m. Look for it then. Y'all have a great weekend. I will see y'all on Monday. Bye, folks.